Well, well, well. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? 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 I created a monster. Hello, everybody. Welcome. How's it going? My name is Michael. Welcome back to my stream. It is so good to be back in my element here. I am a very much a homebody. I need to be back into my spaces and into my own environment, kind of in like a routine. So it's very good to be back. But it was good, obviously to get away for a short break. I was gone for 5 days from the 15th until the 20th. I did, however, stream the 15th that morning for only an hour and a half. We didn't accomplish too much as I was in a pretty big rush to get out the door to catch my ride to leave. But I had a great time. I actually took I took a cruise with my folks. We went down and stopped in San Diego and then took a stop down in Ensenada. Did some, sightseeing around there, bought a few souvenirs, and just really took a time to just step back and take a break from reality. But reality does not stop because we are back today, continuing on with our studying habits. This marks day one, or I guess day zero in computer science terminology, for continuing on with a new streak of the stream. So we had previously had a about almost 3 month streak. I bet you if we went around and counted the exact number of days of streaming live every single day. That unfortunately was broken over my vacation here, but we are going to keep going and start that back up and pushing along here nice and strong. All right. Hello, Mahan. Welcome back. Awesome to hear from you. Welcome back to the stream. How are you doing? How's the studying been? Last time I heard you were pretty stressed regarding your recent exams. I think it's probably coming up on maybe midterms for people, getting those first exams out of the way, coming back from what their semester break over the winter. So, how are those going? Welcome, Mahan. It's awesome to hear from you. The vacation was good. It was good to get away and get a slight break. But I just really miss being in my normal element and continuing on with my studying. That's what really truly kind of makes me happy and is really the vacation I need from everything in my normal work. So I'm happy to be back and I'm super excited to continue on with our studying and learning of computer science, teaching ourselves every single day. So I did do a little bit of work while we were away. I didn't study every single day. I did take a slight break, but I did complete this last problem that we left off on. We were only missing the last bit of the functionality for the last to do here for the overall checking of the database for this DNA problem. So for those that are new here, my name is Michael. Thanks so much for joining me. I am 26 years old. I graduated back in 2021 with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. And I've been teaching myself Python for a little over half a year now. We started with Harvard CS50P, have been reading, and have read various books on the channel here, live, word for word, problem by problem, example by example. And then we have been just really grinding through the material, trying to gain a deep understanding and implement those into practice problems. We tried our best to avoid using AI to cheat and to kind of really, it doesn't, I'm not in class or a student for this, I'm teaching myself, so using AI really does not help unless I'm just actually using it to learn and gain understanding like I would with a professor or a TA. So all of the code I write is pretty much myself and, or 99.9% myself, I guess you could say, along with the help you guys have provided me, and we write live projects here on the stream, and we'll get into those later. But to wrap up this week 6 in CS50X 2025, I wanted to show you guys the implementation I made for this final to do here. So what all we needed to do, if you remember from Saturday, the 15th, 5 days ago, I streamed that morning and we were trying to solve this. And I wasn't able to do it in the amount of time I had. I was really frazzled trying to rush out the door and catch my ride for my trip. But sitting down in my relaxed state on my vacation, I was able to just write these few lines here. And so all we had to do really was identify if a match was first found by setting kind of a flag. So we have this match flag, which we just set to false right away. We know that the data set, so here, let me go ahead and print here the data set right here so you can see what's actually happening within this. So let's clear this out. And let's come back up here and run this here. So as you can see, this first print here is the data statement, is that data print. And what's being printed here is a list of dictionaries. As you can see, there are separated dictionaries. It's kind of hard to deduce through this cryptic no output. But we have a list of dictionaries, each of which is just a profile for a person and their, STR, their longest count, and then the longest repeated chain, and then the amount of times it is repeated. So it has these specific, amino acid chains for their DNA sequence, and the number of repeats, that whole STR purpose for each of these profiles for a person, Alice, Bob, and Charlie, right? So that's what we did in the data creation up here and reading the data from the file, right? So nothing crazy is going on right there. So we are just going to initially, all I'm doing is I'm going to loop through the data set by going for profile in data, right? Pretty self-explanatory. If, quote, name is in the profile, right? We can search in the profiles, via their dictionaries. We can search for this keyword, like via this notation here. We set person equal to, right, profile.pop name. So remember from that dictionary that I showed you, the name associated with Bob, Charlie, Alice. Well, we can actually call pop on dictionaries as well and pop the keyword name, and the value associated with name will be popped and saved as this variable person, right? So the name, Bob, Charlie, Alice, whoever it's looping over currently, if it's on their, if there's a name in their profile, we're going to pop that off because I needed to. The whole goal with me removing this name from this profile was I needed to compare the sequence the unknown sequence, right, the sequence I need to match to a person. I needed to I need to match that to a profile. But what's unique about this sequence is here. Let me print this sequence. I titled it new here. It's not a great name, but let me print the sequence that like the key sequence, almost like more for a better word, right? As you can see here, that key sequence lacks a person's name. So, but it resembles from this previous output everything else, just without that first or zero index key variable, right? So I need to kind of extract that name out of the profile, do the comparison of the two dictionaries side by side, and then move on from there. So that's what I decided to do. So I popped off that name key value and saved the person as that name. And then if profile now, right, because this profile now has the removed name from it, if the profile now is directly equal to new, that key that we just printed out from before, then we will go ahead and set match to equal true, and and print the person, because that's the whole objective of this problem, is to just print out the person that key sequence matches to the ones found within that database that we pulled from and read from. So, right, we do that. We print out the person, set our flag equal to true, and break. Right, it's essential that we break there, because we don't want to continue looping with a removed or popped element out of that dictionary, because it really screws up the order of the iteration ability of a dictionary through key accessing, right? You can't actually iterate over dictionaries in Python, but you can just access them similarly through keys using, like certain functions, right? So, at least from my understanding, so we need to break here, because when I wasn't breaking here on my previous attempts, I was getting this error saying like, oh, if you're trying to loop through again to the next element, but you already altered this previous dictionary by popping, Well, there's actually, and then there's actually no point in moving on to the next element if you actually found that match, right? You can just break off from right there and just be done with the loop. Um, so in the worst case, yeah, it would take O of n time to loop through the entire data, but you can break off early to, save that extra speed. Uh, now, again, also we need to have that opposite indicator. So if not match, right, we just print not match here. And so what that essentially does is if we go back to our program, clear this out, run it, right? Oh, what happened? Did I remove the print person? Let me see here. Oh, I think I might have broke something. Let's see here. What did I break? Print person. It should be printing person. Print new. Print data. Yeah, this should be working. All right, let's open. Let's throw this back in here. Yeah, Bob. See. So that one works for that person. I think we have another one stashed up here we can use. Sequences 1. Sequences 1. And then we can use, okay, I'll do the check 50 to show you guys. But welcome, you guys. Welcome back to my stream. It's so awesome to be back and talk to you guys. Hello, Time. Hello, Alex N. Welcome. I appreciate you guys joining me here. What you guys have been studying, please let me know if the studying continued on your end all while I was gone. And as you can see, we pass out on check 50 here, all green. So we're all good for this one. So this will wrap up week 6 of Harvard CS50X today. So we are completely done with week 6 on Python. So super, super awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause. We are done with that. Woo-hoo! Boom. So now we can go ahead and move on. And today I think we're going to watch the first hour of Harvard CS50X week 7 on SQL or SQL, as it's, I don't know, people say it, that's how you say it. But we're going to watch the first hour on it and get some good exposure. And this will be good because I've actually never worked with this before. I'm not sure if they're going to integrate it with Python or not, and they probably will, I'm guessing, using like databases and stuff with Python. So it should be good practice, and maybe we could actually implement this into our own project as well. So let's go ahead and dive on in here to week 7. So not the problem set. Let's go, here we go. I want to go here, pause, let's go here, like that. Over. Cool. Nice. There we go. It seems like it's a little bit too big. There we go. All right, let me go grab my headphones and we will get this watch along started here. Awesome. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we are back. Hey, we got some regulars flooding back in. Hello, Wing Hong. Awesome to hear from you. How's it going? Welcome back. It's awesome to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining me again this evening. If you guys are here enjoying and welcome joining and are happy to be back, make sure to throw a thumbs up on the stream and follow along. I'm a biochemist that's teaching myself how to code in my free time after my 9-to-5 job. I just got back from a trip and we had to break our streaming streak, but we are starting it back up. Today is day 0, starting it back up. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, let's keep on moving here. So we just wrapped up week 6 on CS50X 2025. If you guys want access to all of my notes, you can get access to my solutions, to my personal notes, everything within my Discord link down below, where you can, get access to a ton of announcements for my streams, resources from books that I'm reading, like Python Crash Course, PDF copies, DSA and Python that we're reading live on the stream right now. You can get Fluent Python that we're going to start soon. I'm going to start this up very, very soon, actually. I want to start reading this as soon as possible. I'm really, really excited to get that going, as well as documenting all the week by week, of my CS50X journey so far, and I'll also be adding on the Python ones here shortly. So thank you guys so much for being here. And Muna, welcome. And hey, Michael, it's nice to see you back. Well, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for joining the stream tonight. What have you been studying while I've been gone? How's it going? I've been studying advanced algorithms, doing homework on suffix trees now. Yes, awesome, dude. This is the right place to be. We're doing DSA and Python, getting into some advanced stuff here in these later chapters of this book. So it's good, but it's also been a little bit challenging, but it's great for us to keep learning here. Tim! Mr. Tim. Hello. Wasn't in Cancun, not on an MBA retirement here, but I was just stopped by San Diego and then Ensenada on a little cruise trip with my parents, and it was a good time. Got away for a bit and was able to just relax, but I really, really missed programming and coding alongside you guys. So let's get the party started and let's get the studying and the show rolling again. We are, the grind is back. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive into the first hour of this SQL Lecture 7 of CS50X 2025. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. I'll throw a like on it here. Why not? We'll throw it a like. If you guys wouldn't mind doing the same to this stream, thank you guys so much for being here. Let me know how the audio is. Please, you guys, let me know how the audio is regarding the lecture here. But let's go ahead and get started. Oop, whoops. There we go. That's good. Sorry, I had the wrong scene chosen on my OBS here, so the camera was way bigger than normal.
All right, this is CS50, and this is our week on SQL, or SQL for Structured Query Language, which is a programming language specifically for talking to databases. Now, over the course of this lecture, what we're going to do is solve some problems in new and different ways by transitioning from that other language, Python, which it turns out is very multi-purpose. And indeed, this is thematic with Python in that you can do so many things with it, but it turns out there's certain things you might want to do in computing that maybe aren't ideal for a language like Python, let alone a language like C. And so you might want a more specialized language that makes it easier for you to get real work done. And indeed, this has been true over the past several weeks. We started with Scratch, we transitioned to C, we then transitioned to Python. And there's actually a lot of overlap in those languages in what you can do. They're not perfectly complementary. I can't imagine doing some of the things we did in Scratch using C. But what we will see today, no pun intended, is that using a domain-specific language, something specific to databases in this case, you can actually save a lot of time and express yourself a lot more readily with a lot fewer lines of code than something like Python allows. But before we do that, I dare say it would be ideal if we have some data that we can play with, so we have data to put into a database. And let me propose that we go ahead and collect some live data here. So if you'd like to go to this URL here that's on your screen, if you're on a laptop or desktop, or if you simply have your phone in front of you, feel free to scan this code here, which will lead you to a Google form via which we're going to collect some information from everyone here. I'll go ahead and in just a moment transition to just a screenshot of what everyone here is seeing, because if you're watching this on demand thereafter, the form probably won't still be open because we can't take data from the future into account today. But what we'll have here is a Google form via which we're going to collect some information from everyone here in the room virtually. And this form asks two questions. One, it asks, what's your favorite language? The options for now being Scratch, C, and Python. And it also asks, what's your favorite problem from recent problem sets? So go ahead, take a moment, and fill out that form. And in just a moment, we'll see that these responses are being gradually collected, not in the context of the Google form per se, but in a more useful format for today's purposes, that of a Google spreadsheet. In fact, let me switch over to my other laptop here, where I have full screened all of the responses as they are coming in. You'll see that all of them are timestamped for a particular day and time on which we actually recorded this here session. And you'll see two columns, one for people's preferred language and one for people's preferred problem. You'll see that a few folks sort of jumped the gun a few hours even before class began, but that's great, all the more enthusiastic. But as I scroll down here, you'll see there's a lot of data coming in, a couple of hundred responses already. And so let's go ahead and use this data now to actually manipulate it, to search it, to sort it, and actually ask questions about this here data. And in order to do this, what I think we're going to do is first talk about what are called flat file databases. A flat file database is kind of the simplest type of database in the world, whereby you just use a text file, a file in which you can store maybe some rows and columns. But that's actually not really possible in text files alone, because of course in text files you literally just have text. So you can put any characters you want on the screen. You can maybe have different lines of or different rows of text. But we probably ideally need some way of delineating the data that's inside of that file. And one of the most common ways to do this is via a file called CSV, comma separated values, which is a file format via which we can store really a simplistic database in purely an ASCII or really a Unicode file. And what this means is that all of your data in a CSV file is stored row by row by row, or technically line by line by line. So each entry has a line of its own. But for the notion of columns, you can do this in a number of ways. But the simplest way, as in the CSV format, is to just put a comma in between the values that you are actually collecting. And then, so long as you're using software like a spreadsheet or maybe Python code or something else altogether, you can tell that software to interpret those commas as really delineating where one column ends and the next column actually begins. So it's a nice lightweight format using a very familiar tool like a text editor to actually store some data that we might care about. And in fact, what's nice about collecting data via forms nowadays, whether it's with Google Forms or whether it's with Office 365 or the like, is that you can actually export all of the data ultimately in exactly this format, CSV. So in fact, let me go back over to my actual browser here, and you'll see that we indeed have some more data, some more rows that have come in over time here. And if I go up to the very top of the screen and drop down the menu here, you'll see that under the File menu, under the Download submenu, I can actually download this data set in a bunch of different formats. Microsoft Excel, with which many of you are probably familiar, PDF, although that really won't lend itself to manipulating it very easily with code, HTML if I want to make a web page out of it. But you'll notice at the bottom, there's actually a couple of options, one of which we've talked about already, namely CSV, for comma separated values. There is an alternative called tab separated values, which also is a convention too, whereby to delineate columns, you simply hit the tab key to kind of shift the data over. But I dare say CSV is probably a little more common, if only because a lot of text editing programs nowadays automatically convert tabs to spaces. Indeed, CS50.dev and VS Code, as configured, does exactly that. So CSV is a little more robust. So I'm going to go ahead and click on comma separated values. That's going to drop a file into my downloads folder on my computer. I'm going to go over to VS Code now, minimize my window for just a moment, and then open up my File Explorer, which initially has nothing in it for today. I'm going to go into my macOS Downloads folder and simply drag this file over to the Explorer to essentially upload the file to my account. I'm going to go ahead now and hide my Explorer, maximize my window again, and hide my terminal window, and you'll see exactly that same data here, but clearly in textual format. Now, the file is by default called favorites-form-responses1.csv, but let me actually simplify that just to make my life easier. Let me open up my terminal window. And the command, recall, for renaming a file can be mv for move. And I'm going to rename that file favorites-formresponses.csv to simply more to more simply favorites.csv. Now let's go ahead and open up that same exact file, but under a different name now, and we'll see these rows and columns. But it's not quite as pretty as Excel or Google Sheets or Apple Numbers would be. We have to look a little harder for each of the commas. And indeed, in each of these columns, in each of these lines of text, rather, we have commas delineating one piece of data from another. But the very first row in this file is a little different. The first row is actually the headers of the columns that we saw visually in Google Sheets a little bit ago. And so that's actually indicative, that's actually pretty common in CSV files, whereby the first row and only the first row is somehow special. And most software will interpret that first row as being special, as really describing the data or the attributes or the records within each of those columns that follow line by line. Now, there is one curiosity here. Notice that the first line, really the second line after the header file, has three values: the timestamp at which the form was submitted, comma, the language that that person found to be their favorite, comma, and the problem set that that person found to be their favorite. But notice here, line 3 in the file, there's actually 3 commas instead of 2, even though there's still just 3 values. Why do we have the quotes around the name of this problem set, hello world, whereas Scratch did not have a value, Tiedemann did not have a value, Mario did not have a value? Because we named that problem set hello, comma, world, we need to make sure that the value is essentially escaped somehow, as with double quotes in this case here, to make clear to any software that's processing this data, be it, again, Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel or Apple Numbers or my own Python code ultimately, that there is something special going on in that string, and that comma should not be confused with the other commas which actually have meaning to delineate those columns. So what can I actually go about doing with this file? Well, let's actually go ahead and start answering some questions about the data here. I realized that not everyone got their response in from time because I downloaded the file just a couple of minutes ago, but I think this is enough data for us to play with. So let me reopen my terminal window here and clear my terminal. And why don't we go ahead and write a program in Python for now that simply iterates over this data toward an end of doing something interesting with it ultimately. Let me go ahead and create a program called favorites.py. And in this file, let's go ahead and do this. First, I'm going to go ahead and import a package called CSV. It turns out in Python, there's built-in support for CSV files, which is going to save me a huge amount of time because I'm not going to have to figure out how to open a file and iterate over every line and break on all of the commas and somehow load it into memory. The CSV module is going to do a lot of this for me. So I'm going to go ahead and say with open, quote unquote, favorites.csv, comma, quote unquote r, and this is going to allow me to open a file called favorites.csv, which is the shorter name. I gave that same file a moment ago. Quote unquote r means open it in read mode, and I'm going to give this a variable name of file, just so that I know how to refer to this file once it's open in memory. Then if I want to read this file line by line, it turns out thanks to this Python package called CSV, I can do this pretty easily. For instance, I'm going to create a variable called reader. I'm going to set that equal to the return value of csv.reader. So inside of the CSV package, there is a function called reader that is going to give me exactly that conceptually, some kind of object in the computer's memory that knows how to read CSV files. I have to tell it what file to read, so I'm going to pass in that same variable that I just got back from opening the CSV file itself. Now, for the moment, I want to go ahead and iterate over all of these rows. So for each row in that reader, and this is wonderfully useful Python syntax for just iterating line by line over this so-called reader, let's just go ahead and do something simple like print out the second column we see in that file. So recall that these columns are going to be 0 indexed as our Python lists. So 0 would be the...
Let me go ahead and try to grab the file. Do they have it here? Let me see. Do they have the file? Let's open the notes. Do they have the file? File flat database. There we go. Okay. Take all these really quick. Oh boy. Come on. We'll go here, open up favorites.csv. We'll paste these in here. Okay. Everybody's talking about the temperature, how cold it is. If you guys have it, let me know how cold it is where you guys are. A lot of people around here in the stream often tell me that it's really cold where they are. We have a lot of people in some really rigid climates, -15, -5, -20. Oh my gosh. What are you guys doing there? I complain about my 55 and overcast. Brr, jeez, Louise. All right, hello everybody. Thanks so much for joining me. We are back after my short trip. I was gone for the past 4 days, but we are back here, continuing on with our grind on teaching myself Python. I'm a biochemist with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I graduated back in 2021 and been teaching myself how to code in Python for the past, about 6 months now. We're about to complete, or we're on week 7. We're wrapping up towards the end of the course of CS50X 2025. So we just finished week 6. Actually, the final problem set, I showed my last solution today, and then of the DNA problem. And we are moving on watching the first hour of the week 7 lecture on SQL. So thank you guys so much for joining me here. Let me know what you're learning, what you're studying, and let me know what your level is. Even if you're a beginner just like me, I really try to convey an authentic beginner point of view, struggling through all these things just like anyone would. I don't sugarcoat anything with fancy editing and whatnot. I really just I convey everything live through the stream for you guys. So thank you guys so much for joining me here. Let me know what you're working on, what projects you're studying. If you're just watching the stream along here, working on the CS50 course, let me know. I love talking with you guys and hanging out. But we are back. We are starting. Today is day 0 of starting our streak of streaming back over. 0 days since absence. So we are back again, continuing on. Let's go ahead and jump right back on in here. We have our favorite CSV now, and this should be able to work. Doesn't like this. No such file in directory favorites.csv. Favorites.csv. Doesn't like the directory not found in line 4. Well, let me go like this. Let me open up in write mode. Okay, that's where it's trying to pull from, is outside of here. So why is it trying to do that? Can I do like here? No, what do I have to do? I have to do, is it this? No, not backslash. Is it like this? Favorites.csv, delete. So let's put this back and read. Let's put this here. Dang it. I'm in my same directory. Let's move the file out, move it back in. Am I tripping? No! Okay, we're gonna give the error to the almighty orb here. You deal with it. The error message indicated find the file, check the file path. Okay, I'll just go like this. We'll just take this, we'll copy our path. And then we'll put it just right in here. Screw it. So now, there we go. Let me, if I could probably use the relative path here from CS50X on. No, it still doesn't work. It wants my absolute path. That's kind of annoying. Why does it want my absolute path? Relative path. There we go. Okay, let's continue on here. 22 degrees in Boston, check in. 25 Fahrenheit. Bro lives in Antarctica, literally. Tim is literally a penguin. He's chilling with penguins right now. Moment of silence for the streak. One of the all-time great runs. Yes, for sure. We're starting back over here. Free code camp CSS functions. Awesome. How's that going for you, your driver? Thank you so much for coming in, Sasson. Is it Sasson? Is that how you pronounce it? Let me know. Hopefully I can get it right for you. All right, let's go ahead and continue on with the lecture.
Timestamp, and I don't really care about that. 1 is going to be the favorite language, and 2 is going to be the favorite problem among our problem sets. Let me go down now into my terminal window, run Python of favorites.py, cross my fingers as always, and voila, I seem to get out very quickly on the screen a list of all of the languages in that column. But if I scroll back to where I just ran that command, let's go up and up and up and up, all the way to that output, which is a ways away now, though I can clearly see visually a theme here among the most popular language in the group today. Let me keep scrolling back, and oops, there it is, my command that I ran earlier. There's one anomaly here. The options on that form were Scratch, C, and Python, and yet it would seem, based on my output here, that someone's favorite language is language. But that's a bit of a red herring, because recall that in favorites.csv, that first row was important. That first row had timestamp, capital T, because that's how Google does it, language in lowercase, because that's how I named the form, and problem in lowercase as well. So I seem to be getting a piece of my metadata, so to speak, the column name, and not only the languages in question. So how can I fix this? Well, there's a bunch of ways to do this, but the simplest way is actually to use a function in Python that just says next reader, which essentially means skip the first line of this file. Just next, and move on to the second row instead. If I now run this command again, let me do Python of favorites.py, and just so I don't have to scroll through hundreds of lines of output, recall this cleverness in the Linux operating system whereby I can pipe the output of one command into the input of another command, like the command less. And as the name implies, this is going to show me less output from top to bottom. Let me go ahead and hit enter. And indeed, we see that the very first line of output here is Python now and not language. So a minor bug fix, if you will, but it at least now gets the job done. So at this point, we have a program in Python. It's only a few lines long that seems to know how to open a CSV file, read it line by line by line, and I have the syntax in Python to access particular columns. Bracket 0 for timestamp, bracket 1 for language, bracket 2 for problem, even though here I'm clearly only playing around with the column number 1. Well, what might I want to do? Well, let me take a baby step toward making this program more interesting. Let me clear my terminal window for just a moment. Let me go into my for loop here, and instead of just all in one breath printing out row bracket 1, let me actually create a variable just for the sake of discussion called favorite, so the current favorite language, and just set that explicitly equal to row bracket 1, and then print that out as favorite. So I haven't fundamentally changed anything about this program. In fact, I've kind of introduced a seemingly unnecessary variable, but I just want to be pedantic here about how we can make this program even more user or programmer friendly to me. So this is still going to work. Let me go ahead and run again Python of favorites.py and pipe the output of that command into the input of less. And I again see the exact same input. But the reason I did this is because I want to improve this program now. It turns out that my program as written is a little vulnerable to changes in the CSV file. Like if you've used Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel, you probably know that you can click on those programs and drag to move the column to the left or to the right if you kind of want to reorder your data. And the problem with that is that if I, or if a colleague of mine, gives me a CSV file whose columns are now in a slightly different order, that's going to create a problem for my code, which is currently assuming that the favorite language is always in bracket 0. So the second column, the middle column among those three. But it'd be nice in general to make your code a little more robust against changes to the input so that things just don't break unbeknownst to you. So I'm actually going to introduce a different feature of the CSV package, whereby instead of using a reader, I'm going to actually use something called a dictionary reader or dict reader, which is going to give me back essentially not a sequence of lists, one per row, indexed by numbers 0, 1, 2, but it's actually this dict reader going to give me back a dictionary or dict for each row, so that instead of using numeric indices like 0, 1, and 2, I can actually use strings as keys to get at the data that I actually want. Specifically, I can use the names of the columns as defined in that first row of the file. So let me go ahead now and make a couple of other changes. We no longer need to ignore the first row of the file. So I'm going to get rid of this call to next, because the dictionary reader is going to assume that the very first line of the CSV file has the header names that I care about, and it's going to consume that row for me automatically before iterating over everything thereafter. And the reason I introduced this favorite variable a moment ago is because I wanted to be super explicit here that instead now of indexing into the current row as though it's a list with numeric indices, I instead am going to index into this row using strings as my keys, using the syntax for indexing into a dictionary instead of a list. And for that, I can simply do this, language, quote unquote. So row, now to be clear, is no longer a list in Python. It's actually a dictionary, but I can still use the same square bracket notation to index into this dictionary, but this time using the proper name of the column. So now, if I go ahead and clear my terminal, rerun this same command, piping the output through less so we can just see the first few lines, voila, it's still working as intended. But if I now were to go back to Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel and futz with the graphical user interface and move those columns around, download a new CSV wherein there's still comma-separated values, but they're sort of in a different order, this code now will still work unless I or a colleague very difficultly, with great difficulty, changes the names of the column headers themselves, at which point things are still going to break. But at least now this is more robust against minor mistakes like reordering. Let's tighten this up again. I didn't strictly need that favorite variable. So let me go ahead and actually get rid of that and just more succinctly now print out row bracket, quote unquote, row bracket. I'm confusing the two. Row, quote unquote, language to print out this current row's favorite language. So fairly straightforward there. But now let's actually solve a more interesting problem, because at the end of the day, all this program is doing is iterating over CSV, printing out all of the favorite languages. That's not really a step forward, because I could already see in Google Sheets itself all of the answers that I actually cared about just visually with my own eyes. But it'd be nice now to maybe crunch some numbers. And it'd be interesting to know, among the people that submitted this form in time before I downloaded it to my code space, how many people do prefer Scratch? How many people do prefer Python? How many people do prefer C? Well, it looked at a glance that Python was definitely visually the biggest contender, but let's quantify that now. So let me go ahead and make this program a little more interesting, whereby I'm still going to import the CSV package up here. I'm still going to open the file down here, and I'm still going to use my dictionary reader. But this time, instead of just blindly iterating over the file and printing things out, let's actually create a few variables. So one, let me create a variable called Scratch and set it equal to 0. Let me create a variable called C and set it equal to 0. And a variable called Python and set it equal to 0. So that I have 3 variables via which I can count how many people like Scratch, how many people like C, how many people like Python. Now, this is a little bulky visually, so stylistically, there's actually a slightly more elegant way to initialize multiple variables at once that I'm going to avail myself of here, just to make the point that I can. Scratch, comma, C, comma, Python equals 0, 0, 0. And there's other ways still to achieve the same goal, but this is just a little tighter. Instead of wasting 3 lines, I'm using 1 line to do exactly the same thing. This has nothing to do with CSVs. It's just a coincidence that I'm using commas on this line 5 to separate my variables and these values, but it's a Python trick if you want to initialize multiple values at once to a value like 0. Now let's bring back that for loop. So for each row in that dictionary reader, row by row by row, let's go ahead and grab the current row's favorite language, as we did earlier. And now let's use some conditionals to check what that favorite is. So if that favorite equals quote unquote Scratch, well, then let's go ahead and increment our Scratch variable by 1. Else, if the favorite value equals C, then let's go ahead and increment our C variable by 1, just as with Scratch. Else, if the favorite equals Python, then let's go ahead and increment our Python variable by 1 instead. Now, technically and logically, I could have just used an else at the bottom of this conditional, but just in case someone slipped in a fourth language that I don't want to talk about yet into the file, or maybe the form changed, but my code doesn't know about it, I don't want to mistake some random other value for Python, so I'm just going to ignore, logically, any rows that don't equal Scratch or C or Python in this case. Now, at the bottom of this program, outside of that loop and outside of the file itself having been opened, which because of the width will be automatically closed now, let's just print out these 3 values. So let's print out, using, say, a format string, just so it looks a bit pretty on the screen, that the total value for Scratch is going to be whatever is inside that Scratch variable. Let's print out on the screen another format string that says whatever the value of the C variable is. That's how many people love C. And then lastly, let's print out another format string with Python as its prefix and print out through interpolation there of the variable Python how many people really liked Python. So if I didn't make any mistakes here, I think I can reopen my terminal window now, run Python of favorites.py. I'm pretty sure that the most popular language, just based on a glance earlier, is going to be Python. But let's see if we can quantify it by hitting enter. And indeed, it looks like 11 of you like Scratch, 59 of you like C, but 243 of you prefer Python. So glad to see that it's only getting better and better, it would seem, here over the week. So how did we go about doing this? Well, very mechanically, right? I wrote a decent amount of code here, some 17 or so lines, just to iterate over that file, create some variables, increment them as needed. And this is totally fine. It's not an unreasonably long program, but I do think it's getting a little wordy, if you will. It seems like we're spending an awful lot of time sort of building this up, when it would be nice if we could maybe simplify this code a little bit, because this is kind of a common paradigm. You get some data set as input. Someone, maybe it's your teacher, maybe it's your boss, maybe it's your own curiosity or asking questions about that data, you'd like to provide answers. Well, how can we go about improving this kind of code and doing something a little differently? Well, let me propose that we revisit this idea of dictionaries themselves. They've already been useful in the context of this dictionary reader because we can get handed back more user-friendly dictionary objects instead of rows, each of which represents a row of our data. And recall that a dictionary really is just this. It's a set of key value pairs. And it's sort of the Swiss Army knife, if you will, of programming, because it's actually very powerful to just be able to associate one thing, a key, with another thing, a value. So in fact, instead of having, for instance, 3 separate variables just to keep track of all of those counts, why don't I draw some inspiration from the world of dictionaries and maybe use one dictionary to keep track of all 3 of those languages? And this has been the thematic. Way back in C, recall that we initially would often create 1, 2, or more variables, and then we realized, no, there must be a better way, and there was. In week 2, we introduced arrays, which allowed us to have one variable containing multiple similar values. And now with Python, because we have these full-fledged dictionary objects that's just to allow us to associate arbitrary keys with arbitrary values, we can use that a little more readily and keep our code a little cleaner too. So back here in VS Code, let me go ahead and propose that instead of having all 3 of these variables here, and in fact all of these conditionals here, let's get rid of most of that code in the loop. And instead, let's just create a new variable, for instance, called counts. That's going to be an empty dictionary. And recall that 2 curly braces open and close together with nothing inside in Python gives me an empty dictionary. Sort of a table that's ready to go, looks a little something like this, but with nothing in it initially. But it's now one and only one variable. All right, now let's go ahead and iterate for each row in that reader, just as before. Let's go ahead and grab the current row's favorite by using the dictionary we just got back from the reader, indexing into it via the column name language. And now, instead of having those 3 conditionals using 3 different variables, let's be a little more elegant. Let's just say that we should go into the counts dictionary, index into it at whatever this name of the language is, and increment that by 1. In other words, use the current language, Scratch or C or Python, as a key into the counts dictionary, and whatever its value already is, increment it by 1. Now this is close, but actually a little buggy. It turns out if you just blindly index into a dictionary using a key, like Scratch or C or Python, but that key isn't yet there, that's actually a so-called key error. You can't just blindly use a key that doesn't yet exist and try to increment it, because what are you incrementing? There's no data actually there. There's no row in this table to go increment the value thereof. So I do need to be a little more careful here. Let me instead do this conditionally. So if the current favorite language is already in the dictionary called counts, then, OK, go ahead and index into the counts dictionary using that favorite as your key and increment that value by 1. Else, if it is logically the case that that favorite language is not yet in the dictionary, that is to say, there is no key for it yet in this dictionary, OK, no big deal. Let's index into that dictionary, but assign it a value of 1. So if it's already there, well, then presumably we've seen it before, so we want to increment the total value. But if it's not yet there, we just want to assign it a value. So in both cases, we're indexing into the dictionary, but we have to make sure that we're only incrementing an existing value if it's there, but we're initializing the value to 1 for this current row's favorite language if we've not seen the same language before. Now, at the very bottom of this program, let me go ahead and get rid of all 3 of these printfs and just do something a little simpler. Let's go ahead and iterate over every favorite key in that counts dictionary. And again, this is sort of Pythonic syntax whereby you don't have to worry about what's the key, what the value is. If you just iterate over a dictionary using syntax like this, the favorite variable that I'm creating in this here for loop is going to be initialized to, 1 by 1, each and every key in that dictionary, presumably 3 in total, given the data we have. So inside of that loop, let me go ahead and print out a format string containing the name of the language, using curly braces to plug in that value. And then let's go ahead and output, with another set of curly braces, whatever the value is of that key by indexing into that dictionary inside of curly braces, and then closing the quote on the outside, which should give me language count, language count, language count by iterating over that dictionary. All right, crossing my fingers as always, let me reopen my terminal. Let me rerun Python of favorites.py, and voila, we get the same counts. Now, I will note they're slightly differently ordered. I think earlier we saw Scratch and then C and then Python. But in this case, we're actually seeing Python and then C and then Scratch. And this is subtle. But does anyone have an instinct for why this is the case? Why did my ordering suddenly change now that I'm using a dictionary instead of 3 explicit print calls? It's ordered by default based on the order in which we inserted those keys. And so the answer actually lies in favorites.csv itself. If we go back to that file here, you'll see that someone's favorite language, as of the second row in this file, was Python. Though, curiously, their favorite problem was Scratch. So I'm not quite sure how to reconcile those two. But their favorite language, Python. The next person's favorite language was also Python. Oh, the third person's language was C. And then if we go down and down and down, I think we'll eventually see Scratch. And so dictionaries nowadays are ordered in the sense that if you insert one key before another, and then you iterate over that dictionary later, you're actually going to say the same ordering thereof. Whereas I previously, in my code, had full control over all 3 print statements. So it seems to be an opportunity for us to perhaps sort these via key or maybe even value. In fact, one is a little easier than the other. And let me go back into my favorites.py here and propose that we do that. Let's first sort by the counts themselves. So this is actually a relatively easy change. Down here in my for loop, instead of just blindly iterating over the dictionary from first key to last key, let's actually sort those counts first by using Python's sorted function. And then in my terminal window here, let me run Python of favorites.py again, enter. And now you'll see that I've actually sorted them by the keys themselves, C and.
Okay, hold up. I got some errors here I gotta fix. So for row and reader, favorite equals row of the language. So if row language in counts, then counts row language plus 1. Else plus equal 1. That should work, no? we get a key error for here. Python. Oh, not is equal to 1. Is equal 1. There we go. So now we get those again, like we were before. Cool. So we're putting, for language count, we're putting the actual language count, which is the entire dictionary, right? So I'll go here. Let me just go ahead and print at the end of this counts, so you guys can see. Counts has this. The initial key is the language count. The value of it is the counts. So we want to print count, language counts, the value, and the language count is the language. Yeah, it's kind of confusing how he puts favorite and stuff. I think language is a little bit more straightforward. Ryan, welcome back. What's going on? It's awesome to hear from you. Thanks so much for joining me again after my little break here. What you probably passed me on CS50X here. What week are you on, Ryan? How far did you get on it? Let me know. Have you been enjoying it so far? Have you been struggling? Let me know what's been going on and how you been on this course. Hey Cooper, how's it going? Welcome in. Awesome to hear from you. Let me go ahead and refill up my lemonade, and I'll be right back, guys. We're 30 minutes into the stream. We got 30 minutes left for today. Or into this lecture, sorry. All right. Got some like raspberry or strawberry lemonade from Costco. One of those 2-packs. Really good. Really good. Kind of tastes like Crystal Light, if you've ever had it. I've actually been sick. Oh no, Ryan. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Ryan. That's terrible, you know. I that's terrible. I just thinking, you know, I had something recently. My girlfriend, she went through something similar, and it's just rough, you know. Anyways, I feel for you, and anyways, take your time getting back into it. The stream will be here. We're starting up the streak again, so thank you so much for joining here, Ryan. We're sending you good wishes and making sure that sending you, you know, that's just terrible. It's so unlucky that happens, and you know, the programming can wait. Obviously, family is important, and but when you're back into it, we'll be here for you and to jump back into this course together. It's just crazy, you know, how things happen like that. It seems like when it rains, it pours. Everything keeps happening, right? Yes, you have a death, you get sick. It just keeps lining up. It's one of those things. My GF was kind of going through it's the same thing. It was just like one thing after another, just bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. All right. I got a little Valentine's candy here. Hey Gordo, RMZ, thanks so much for coming in. Sorry, that Valentine's candy got me all choked up here. No, I'm not in college. I'm technically kind of in college, teaching myself this independent college, the College of Michael Deming. But no, I'm not in college. I graduated back in 2021 with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I currently work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company for the past 3 years since I graduated. I got a job right out of college, and I've been there ever since. And so I'm just teaching myself Python and additional programming, computer science, just out of raw passion for the subject. I really, really like coding and really like it. Just really brings a lot of personal, I guess, joy to me, which kind of sounds like crazy. But yeah, so anyways, let's go ahead and keep going here into the lecture. Let me know what your guys' level is in programming. Are you guys beginners here learning to code alongside me? I kind of view myself also as a beginner, but some other people on the stream would say I'm kind of approaching that intermediate realm. It's kind of hard for me to interpret because I don't really know where to compare, being that I'm just teaching myself this in my room day after day. I don't have peers or other students alongside me to really reference, but I do have you guys, obviously. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Hey Jim, thank you so much for being here. As a rule of thumb, always make sure your file exists before trying to add data to your variables. Yeah, that's good. We're just following along here with the lecture, but that's a good note as well. Definitely, yeah, you want to make sure it exists, especially if you're going to open it up in read mode. So you want to maybe you do a try except, right? Try to open up in read mode, except if file not found, right? Open up in write mode and write, in write mode, or just like return some sort of error, right? You do a try except to catch that file not found error. When you finish ThreeSum, you're officially intermediate for real. Tim, we can maybe try that one today after we get through this lecture here. We got 30 minutes to finish the first hour. We're just going to watch the first hour today. We'll watch the last hour tomorrow, or we'll probably watch the first hour in 7-8 minutes just to get we'll watch half the lecture here. But let's continue on here. Feel free to please just working on the CS50 SQL week when I stumbled here. Awesome, Jack. Let's do it together. That's the whole point of the stream. Feel free to join the Discord where I provide like a roadmap for all my learning, including all my CS50X resources, completely free for you guys. I really want to provide a transparent beginner point of view because this stuff can be hard to learn. And it is difficult to learn, and I feel that you can seek comfort in knowing that other people are struggling through it too, especially someone that, has graduated college before in some sort of science degree, and is trying to learn this for the first time as well. So let's keep on going here, guys. Thanks so much for joining here. I will chat in between the pauses on the lecture.
Python than Scratch. So it's not the same order in which I printed them. Now it seems to be doing it alphabetically, but I do seem to have some control over how I'm printing this here file. All right, but what if I actually want to be a little more clever and print these things out in order of their values, not their keys? So I don't really care about alphabetization. At the end of the day, I really want to know what's the most popular, what's the least popular. How can I go about doing this? Well, in my same code here, let me hide my terminal window for a moment. And let me add a bit more syntax to the sorted function in Python. It turns out if you want to do this, you can actually specify what key to use to sort the dictionary. And I'm going to use a clever trick here whereby I write key equals counts.get. And that's going to tell the sorted function that I actually want you to get the value from the counts dictionary and use that as your sorting key. So don't use the actual key in the dictionary as per our slide here. Instead, use as your key whatever the value is of the counts dictionary itself. So sort by count. Let's go now and open my terminal window again. Let me rerun favorites.py, and I'm going to leave the previous run on the screen so we can see now that this one, so close. So it's clearly not alphabetically sorted anymore, so that's good because I didn't care about alphabetization, but it seems to be sorted how? From smallest to largest, so from least favorite to most favorite. So that's kind of backwards, but not to worry. If you consult the documentation for Python sorted function, you'll see actually that there's another argument we can provide to sort it. Let me clear my terminal here and close it for a moment. And let me say that, you know what? Whatever you do with sorting, go ahead ultimately and reverse it. So set reverse equal to true. Clearly, the default value must be implicitly false. But if I reverse that order by getting each count, now if I run Python, or Python. Now if I run Python of favorites.py, enter, now finally, all these minutes later, I have a proper analysis of everyone's favorite language ordered from most favorite to least favorite. The code itself, not terribly long, still 14 or so lines, but it's kind of a decent amount of effort just to get to this point. I had to write a decent amount of code, add a decent amount of complexity, just to get a simple answer. And you can imagine that. You glance at the Google form, or your boss glances over your shoulder and asks, what's everyone's favorite language? It'd be nice to be able to answer that super quickly. Ironically, just like Google can, just like Microsoft Excel can, just like Apple Numbers can, because typically you can sort of highlight the data, and then in the bottom right corner nowadays, you can see a quick summary maybe of the max value, the min value, the sum, the average, or you could use functions built into a spreadsheet. It almost seems like I have to make more work for myself in code, at least with Python, to answer those same kinds of questions. But not to worry. That's why we're introducing ultimately a new language today, SQL, via which we can actually get back that speed, that flexibility that you already get in graphical interfaces like spreadsheets, but you can also use that technique programmatically in code as well.
All right, hold on. So I wanted to look up this get func method because I've actually never used this before. So this is interesting. So the get method is commonly used in Python with dictionaries to retrieve the value associated with a specific key. It's useful because it allows you to provide a default value to return if the key doesn't exist, preventing a key error. Here's a quick overview. Syntax: the dictionary.get key default value, where the key is the key you want to look up. Dictionary.get key default value. My dict is this, right? Okay, you gotta chill, GPT, with these names. You're getting me a little close here. So you have a dictionary, A1, B2. You get the value of A, returns, so you just returns a value. And returns get C, else it's not found, returns not found. Okay, so you can provide an argument as well for default override. Okay. So he provided just get by default. What about get dict.get with no inputs? So with no inputs, you have to do some sort of looping. So type error, missing one required. If to avoid the error by default, you should always include at least the key you want to look up, and optionally include. So, but if we loop, we can loop using a for, we can access each .get on a local dictionary, local key level, right? Yes, that's correct. When you loop through a dictionary using a for loop, you can access each key and use the .get method on a local level for each key. This allows you to safely retrieve values without worrying about missing keys, especially if you provide a default value. Interesting. So let's go to the notes here and put in here, say, dictionary key dot get for or dict dot get with key, and then default is here, right? So this is going to be the dot get method will return the value of the associated key input parameter. A default, is it a key, default key or message? is a default value. A default value can be provided if the key does not exist to avoid in the key not found error, or key error rather. Right. So let me take this, put it into this guy here. See how he likes it? That's a great summary. Just to clarify, expand on a bit, this method retrieves the value associated with the specific key. If the key exists, it returns the corresponding value. If it does not exist, it returns a default value provided, or none if no specified, or none. Or none if no default is provided. Okay, cool. Hey, Unlucky Jimmy Grant. I like that name, Unlucky Jimmy Grant. What's up, dude? Thanks so much for joining me. I appreciate you being here. We are learning some CS50X on week 7. Teaching myself Python, been learning for about half a year now. I have a degree in human bio and chemistry, and I'm trying to just learn more about the tech industry, more about computer science as a whole, and programming, because I just really, really enjoy programming and learning about it. Thanks so much for joining me here. Hey, Caleb Terry. Yeah, this is the Mac ChatGPT app. I just use the option space hotkey I have set within the settings to kind of bring up the spotlight search, but just a hot search for the GPT here, which is really, really nice. Jim Sampson, honestly, what part of the computer science are you most interested in? So I am mainly interested in the more of the kind of data, or guess back end portion of things. I am a physical scientist, so in my current occupation, I do manage a lot of data on a personal and individual level, I guess. I have to compute a lot of chemical matrices by hand. There are 2D arrays that cross-reference one another to compute various effective concentrations of solutions in bulk. So let's say I have just a bunch of solutions that have varying concentrations for different levels of sodium, chloride, different but more advanced analytes, or more advanced specific elements pertaining to human biology and physiology, like your specific levels of creatine or things along those lines, creatinine or things like that. So I have to kind of intuitively predict, if I were to blend these serums into a ratio of various, keys, almost kind of think of like a lock solution, a key in a lock. I obviously can have various different ratios to blend these in that would work for this key, but I can optimize those further. So I'm pretty limited on my current ability just by being able to compute this by hand of time and human capacity. Yeah, I'm able to do it, but I'm only able to come up with maybe 5 to maximum 8 or so keys to this matrix that in an 8-hour workday, just because of the raw having to just compute all these numbers, manage all this data by hand. So if I'm somehow able to reduce this down, or at least that's how I thought to myself, if I can reduce this down and make a computer do this for me, that'd be so interesting. And that really started this whole deep dive into this learning, and I just started making projects on my own. I haven't exactly solved that problem yet for my current employment, but that's something we can go into later. But I started, diving into this, and it just really fascinated me that I was able to actually create programs and actually, products for that matter, with just in my room on a computer, not having to go outside and build, buildings and put together some elaborate business platform. And it just seems so much more accessible to me and my current abilities. So, and just I also find just the aspects of computer science just really, really fascinating, because I I'm a physical scientist, like I said, and the fact that we were able to take these physical elements that I work with on a daily basis and create computers is just so crazy. So let me know if that is something you guys are also interested in, or let me know your guys' background. What drives you to learn computer science? Are you guys computer CS? Are you guys current CS students studying this, or are you guys doing this independently? Give me a little gist about your background, and join the Discord so we can connect offline down below. Thank you guys so much for being here and following along to the stream. let's get this over with. How does everyone say SQL? I'm a SQL guy. I usually will say SQL, just like the acronym. There are too many parts to computer science, such as programming language, AI, machine learning, operating system, algorithms, etc. Yeah. Uh, am I gonna get kicked out if I say no? What do you mean? Oh no, you're all good. You can learn whatever you want. I was just asking you, dude. I was just asking if you were learning along too. Welcome. Awesome. I think that's awesome. I think you're going the right path learning Python. Yeah. Rohan, hey, I'm a freshman CS student. What would be the best way to learn GitHub and version control? Um, Honestly, the GitHub, I videos are pretty helpful with GitHub and just kind of getting a quick overview of what it does. But being able to actually work with it and practice it, practice uploading your project using the GitHub, pages or whatever to actually publish your HTTPS page or whatnot. I'm sorry, your HTML page and things like that or whatnot is obviously some good practice. I currently need to also gain practice with that, and doing pull requests. So hopefully with our current project, the small business manager that we're writing right now, we can finish that and, get some, pull requests and actually start, opening up to more of an open source project with you guys as well. There are some linear algebraic algorithms that could help you reduce systematic equations to make your life easier. Yeah, exactly, Jim. So I just currently am a little bit limited on my math knowledge. So that is something that we've been discussing on the stream pretty heavily. So after we finish this course, we're only a few weeks away. I'm doing it pretty accelerated, so I'll probably finish it here. Hopefully before the end of the month is my goal. Um, but we might be a little bit late because of my vacation. But we are going to be diving into some math here on the channel as well because we do need that to be able to solve these problems. Some math, machine learning, all that kind of stuff. We have a machine learning and Python book back here that we're going to dive into soon when we get some more heavy duty math under us. I just currently am a little limited on my mathematics. The last math class I took was Calculus 1 or not last one, but I took Calculus 1 my freshman year of college, and I took 3,000 level statistics for science my junior year of college, and that was all the math that was required. I was mainly in chemistry, physiology courses, and all these kinds of other more rigorous, biology related courses. But so that is definitely something we need. If you're interested in learning math alongside me, we're going to be diving into that next, and directly applying that into programming and code. Hopefully, maybe with a potential project with chemistry or biology that we can also do. And incorporate this math in would be really cool. So let me know if you guys are interested in that, and if you guys have any good resources, let me know and put them in the Discord in your own community resources thread. We're going to be diving into some heavy math here soon. Calc 2, we're going to obviously do a review on Calc 1, pre-calc, Calc 2, 3, linear algebra, hopefully discrete math, get all into those courses. This is the University of Independent Self-Learning here. But anyways, we're rambling on here. So sorry, guys. Let's keep it going. We got a lot of chats here, though. You guys are awesome. Yo, what's good, brother? I've been following you for a while now, and I'm finally caught up to your live stream. Thanks so much for joining. Awesome. I appreciate you for finally coming in and having the time to join me here. You're great. Welcome. What are you currently studying? What you working on? Is there some GitHub covered in one of the CS50 courses? I can't remember which one, though. Okay, yeah. I've completed my CS degree a few years ago, but I think I know enough to sort of figure out how you could learn all this. I think you should learn PyTorch and NumPy. Well, Jim, I really appreciate the feedback. Honestly, I'm looking for all kinds of feedback from people with experience in this field. I'm coming in completely blind. I had zero colleagues before this, and every colleague I make is from the stream here regarding computer science and tech. So please, if you guys wouldn't mind, sharing some resources with me on the Discord linked below so I can get access to them offline, and then we can share them to other people in the Discord as well. We're going to be diving into this soon. I have chemistry knowledge. Obviously it's been a while since I've been in school. I graduated over 4 years ago now. So, and mainly my chemistry knowledge is now being applied to building products for an employer and making money for stakeholders. So I'm not as super familiar anymore with like all that collegiate level chemistry that I was doing back 4 years ago, but I'll have to just get a little bit of a refresher to refresh my memory. But anyways, let's keep on pushing here. Thank you guys so much for all the comments. You guys are so awesome. Nice, good on you, man. I don't have a CS background, but I'm doing a BA right now. I'm first learning Python, SQL. All right, sweet, dude. You're right here alongside me. Join the channel here, Jimmy, and I thank you guys so much for being here. Tyler, thank you for joining here, Tyler. I remember doing the CS50 course in tandem with my college work. I now work for AMD as a software engineer. Awesome, man. Comp sci is a giant field, and you have a pretty solid motivator for keep learning it. Keep it up. Thank you, Tyler. You're really, really nice. I really appreciate you joining. I would love to communicate and network with you in the future. So if you want to join here in the Discord and chat with me, that's awesome. I really, really appreciate your advice, and your expertise is really, really valuable here. Rohan, welcome back, Rohan. Python data structures. Yeah, we've been doing NeetCode on. We've solved a few of the problems out of the NeetCode 150 roadmap. We've been chugging away at it a little bit by little bit. But NeetCode and LeetCode problems do scare me because I get sucked into these rabbit holes. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on, you guys. You guys are awesome.
Before we dive in, let me pause and see if there's any questions on what we've just done here in Python. A really good question, and we'll come full circle to the answer to that actually toward the end of today's lecture, because it's compelling to mix programming language. In fact, any number of purpose language, the equal signs here. So I don't have any equals equals in scratch. In fact, we'll focus now to a proper database for this here data. And in fact, we'll focus today on what are generally called relational databases, which is a piece of software that allows you to store data, thus a database, but in such a way that you can relate some of your data to other data. In other words, instead of just throwing in all of this data messily into like a folder, much like on your Mac, your PC, or even your phone, you can actually store it a little more methodically, a little more algorithmically, if you will, by baking into the database some kinds of relationships among pieces of data. And we'll see in a moment what we mean by that. In fact, the language we'll talk about ultimately today, SQL, or SQL for short, really stands for Structured Query Language, which is a programming language specifically designed for databases. So once we've got a lot of data in a database, SQL makes it easier to get it back out. And in fact, among our goals now for the coming time together is going to be to see, can we take that 14-line program in Python and whittle it down maybe to one line of code in a different language, namely SQL here. So what does SQL allow us to do? Even though it's a new programming language, we're only going to spend today on it, really, as well as a problem set, though we'll use it again later in the course, too, to solve bigger and better problems as well. But it really only supports 4 key pieces of functionality that are sort of crudely referred to in the industry as CRUD. CRUD is a helpful mnemonic for keeping track of what you can do with SQL. And in particular, the C stands for create. You can create data in a database. The R stands for read. You can read or access data from the database. U for update, which means you can update or change data in the database. And D for delete. You can, of course, delete data from the database. So even though we're about to see a new programming language, at the end of the day, it really only does these 4 things. Now, technically, and a little confusingly, it literally does 3 of those 4 things using the exact same terminology: create, update, and delete. But it turns out CRUD is a more general concept in databases more generally. In SQL specifically, the command we're going to see and use for reading data, getting data from a database, is technically called select. And if I may, it turns out there's a couple more ways to create and delete data. You can also insert data, which starts with I, so it doesn't really fall into our nice acronym there. You can also drop data, or really drop whole sets of data or tables of data using D for drop as well. So this is to say there's still only 4 fundamental operations, but the verbiage that we use throughout the language might vary from command to command. So what can we actually do with SQL? Well, first we need a database to start playing with. And the data in databases are stored in what we're going to call tables. And tables have rows and columns, which wonderfully is exactly the same mental model that we have in the world of spreadsheets. Whether you saw them today in CS50 for the first time, or have been using spreadsheets for years, whether it's Google's or Microsoft's or Apple's or anything else. Spreadsheets, of course, also store data in rows and columns. And if you have multiple sets of data inside the same file in the world of spreadsheets, recall that you can create multiple sheets. Now, in the world of relational databases that are used for web applications, mobile applications, business applications more generally, you can have an analog of exactly that same idea. In the world of relational databases, we call sets of data tables that have rows and columns, which is really the analog of sheets in the world of spreadsheets. And the command via which you can create such a table is not quite as simple as going to like the File menu and adding a new sheet or clicking a little plus icon somewhere. This is a programming language SQL. So if you want to create a table, you're literally going to express code like this by typing it at a command prompt and hitting enter. But where are you going to actually run that? Well, it turns out that in the context of CS50.dev and our own VS Code environment, and really a standard practice in industry as well, would be to use a command line program to access a database. Specifically, we're going to use a database called SQLite, which, as the name implies, is sort of a lightweight version of SQL. That doesn't mean it's a toy language or a toy database. In fact, SQLite databases are used in web applications, mobile applications, and in all of the CS50 applications we're going to build here. And what's nice about SQLite is that it stores all of your data in a file on your hard drive or a file in the cloud. It's not a special piece of software per se that needs to be installed and run 24/7, 365 so that you can constantly have access to the data. That is the case with databases like MySQL or Postgres or Oracle or Microsoft Access or SQL Server. There's so many SQL databases out there that are syntactically mostly the same, but certain databases have slightly different dialects, so to speak. They've sort of evolved slightly differently over time. But we'll focus on SQLite, which really is not only light, but has a lot of the core features of any SQL database out there. So in fact, in the real world, if you start to use some other SQL database, you should be quite fine ultimately having this foundation in SQLite itself. Now, how do you use SQLite on, say, a Mac or PC or in VS Code in the cloud, as with CS50.dev? You just need to install the software, which we've done automatically in advance for you. And you can run a command line program called SQLite 3, where the 3 just represents the third version of this here program. So SQLite 3 is going to be a command line program via which we can create a database and also execute commands inside of that there database. The typical syntax for creating a new database with the SQLite 3 command is literally SQLite 3 space and the name of the database that you want to create. So in fact, let me go over to VS Code here, and let me go ahead and type SQLite 3. And then let's call this favorites.db. So there's different file extensions in the database world, but .db is pretty common in the world of SQLite for storing your actual database.
So should I open up a virtual environment to install this, or is this already installed with every Python? Probably not. So, I don't have it in my notes here, which I'm using just locally. Hey, John, welcome. John Kelly, are you really learning? Because I'm about to start. Well, this is a great place to be, John. We are learning live here together. Got a lot of resources in my Discord down below, kind of like a roadmap of all of my learning. So feel free to check that out. Thanks so much for being here, John. You're awesome. There's a Udemy. Tyler says there's a Udemy course on it from Colt Steele that I highly recommend. You can usually get Udemy for free through university or public library code. If not, the monthly subscription for Udemy is not too expensive. We're totally out here learning, John. Yes, we are, Ryan. R says, nice. Hope your journey is going well. Have you ever tried Obsidian for your Markdown files? Some people had recommended that as well. Do you mind? What do you guys? What is the difference really? Like, Markdown's not too bad. I mean, I just Shift Command V and I have a nice, pretty view of everything. So it's not like crazy. Like, does Obsidian just let me put in code? I mean, I have this ability to like put in a code block and whatnot, but I'm not sure. What's the benefit? All right, cool. Let's continue on here. So he's running SQLite on a file.
Go ahead now and hit enter. It's going to ask me here in CS50.dev, are you sure you want to create this file? And that's just as a quick reminder that it doesn't exist yet, but that's indeed my intent. So Y for yes. And now I'm at a SQLite prompt. So notice it's no longer a $, which is my terminal Windows default prompt. Now I'm inside of a program that's running continually until I quit out of it, and that prompt is SQLite and then an angled bracket, a greater than sign, just to indicate that I'm not in my terminal per se, my shell, but rather in this here program. Now, I could type some fairly arcane commands and import that whole CSV file into this .db file. But it turns out that SQLite 3 comes with some handy commands to just automatically import a CSV file for you. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to type first .mode, and I'm going to put SQLite into CSV mode. Long story short, SQLite can import different types of text files like CSVs, TSVs, tab-separated values, and other formats as well. But I know in advance that I want to import a CSV file, so I'm going to tell SQLite to go into CSV mode. The fact that I started this command with a dot is just specific to SQLite itself. It has nothing to do with SQL per se and the commands we're about to see and use. But anything that starts with a dot at the SQLite command just means you are configuring the SQLite program itself. Okay. Now let's go ahead and import with .import favorites.csv into a table called favorites. So to be clear, I already have a file called favorites.csv. Okay. I've just created a new file called favorites.db. Okay. And I want to store inside of that DB file, the database, a table called favorites. So this is like having a sheet called favorites inside of a file called favorites.xlsx in the world of Microsoft Excel. I'm just naming everything accordingly.
Okay, so let's go favorites.file, right? So this what this does is this will open up .db, creates a new database file, right? And then we have our next line will say, okay, we go SQLite .mode CSV. So what this does, let's do the options here for the tilde things. Oh, let's go back. Let's encompass it all here, like so. Okay, so what this will do is this will change SQLite mode to CSV mode. Okay, simple enough. And then we have another SQLite here .import favorites .csv onto file, right? So what this one will do is import CSV file and loads it onto the database file.
I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. It blinked for a moment, but didn't take very long. And now let me go ahead and just do .quit enter. And .quit gets me back to the $ prompt as usual. But now, if I type ls, not only will I see favorites.csv, favorites.py, but also now favorites.db, the database that I've just created and into which I've imported all of this data. Well, let me go ahead now and clear my terminal and rerun SQLite 3 on favorites.db, enter. That brings me back into the prompt. And let me now start to poke around. Like, what is it I just did by importing that CSV file into this database? Well, I can see as much by typing .schema, the schema of a database.
Well, hold up.
And let me know
what
this data. Well, .db, the database that I've just created and into which I've imported all of this data.
Hold up.
Everything accordingly. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. It blinked for a moment, but didn't take very long. And now let me go ahead and just do .quit enter. And .quit gets me back to the $ prompt as usual. But now, if I type ls, not only will I see favorites.csv, favorites.py, but also now favorites.db, the database that I've just created and into which I've imported all of this data. Well, let me go ahead now and clear my terminal and rerun SQLite 3 on favorites.db, enter. That brings me back into the prompt. And let me now start to poke around. Like, what is it I just did by importing that CSV file into this database? Well, I can see as much by typing .schema. The schema of a database is the design of the database. What table or tables are in there. So if I do .schema, enter, I'll see now some fairly arcane syntax, but this was all automatically done for me when I used the .import command. Apparently, what that import command did for me was execute an actual SQL command called create table, if not exists, quote unquote favorites, and then import into that table apparently 3 columns, a timestamp column, a language column, and a problem column. And those are all encased in parentheses here. They are all quoted as you see, and they're separated by commas. Again, these are now SQLite. These are SQL commas, not in the file itself. But what type of data did I import? Well, the .import command is pretty naive. And if it just sees data, it's just going to assume it's text, text, text. So even if it looks like numbers, it might still assume that it's just text, text, text. But we're going to get back to that. In the world of SQL, there's actually going to be proper data types we can do. So long story short, what was the point of this? Well, I didn't want to first start our introduction to SQL by typing out this cryptic-looking command and then manually import all of that data. The .import command just automatically gets me going with a SQLite database containing all of the same data as a CSV. And frankly, you could imagine doing this in the real world. If for work or some future assignment, you've got a CSV file that's part of the assignment or task, you can very quickly import it into your very own SQLite database and instantly start executing the following types of SQL commands on it to answer questions about that data. So let's do exactly that. Let me clear my terminal, but stay inside of SQLite. Let me increase the size of my terminal, just because we're going to start to see a lot of textual output. And let me propose that we introduce the first of those CRUD commands via which we can start to read data from a database. Recall that the first command, recall that the command for reading data from a database is this, select. So it kind of has the right semantics. When you want to select data from a database, read data from a database, you literally write select. And then you specify one or more columns that you want to select data from, and you specify from what table you want those columns to come from. So what you see here on the screen is sort of the canonical, simplest form of the select statement in SQL. So let's put this to the task. Let me go back to VS Code here, where I have my full screen terminal window, and let's select everything from this favorites table. Let me go ahead and type literally select star, where star in this case is a wildcard representing every column that happens to be in the table. From what table? Well, the favorites table, semicolon. So you do need to, unfortunately, end your SQL thoughts with semicolons, just like in C, but unlike in Python. Now, this is a quick and dirty command, so to speak, in that it's really just going to dump out all of the data onto the screen for me. But when you're opening a database for the very first time, it's kind of a nice, simple way to get started if you just want to wrap your mind around what is it I just opened, kind of like glancing at a file on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Enter. And very quickly, you see a sort of ASCII art version of that tabular data. So the commas have been interpreted in advance as being delineating different columns. That's why visually we see on the screen these sort of vertical columns or pipes, and that's just SQLite being user-friendly for me. In fact, if I go up to the very top of this output here, you'll see that immediately below my command, I see 3 columns named timestamp, language, problem. So that CSV has been somehow loaded into memory in this 3-column format. Now, suppose I don't really care about timestamp, and for now I don't even care about problems. What more can I do? Well, let me clear my screen, and let me select a specific column. So select only the language column from the favorites. And if I now hit semicolon and enter, now I get back essentially a single column table, a subset of that there table. And in fact, that's what I'm doing with each of these commands. I'm sort of creating temporarily in memory a virtual table that just contains the data that I care about. And I'm not doing anything useful with it yet. I'm just dumping it to the screen. But I am essentially selecting these temporary tables with these various commands. Now, this isn't all that much progress, just looking at the very data that I've always had access to. But besides just selecting the data, Turns out that SQL, like Python, like C, like Scratch, comes with a whole bunch of functions built in. A lot of these are mathematical or statistical or analytical in nature. And indeed, SQL is very commonly used in the world of data science and analyzing data, consulting, and the like, because it lets you very readily, as you'll see, answer questions about data. And for instance, you might want to compute averages, or AVG for short. You might want to count the number of rows in some data sets. You might want to get unique or distinct values from a data set. You might want to force everything to lowercase or uppercase. You might want to get the max value, the min value, and that should evoke recollections of the exercise we just did with trying to find the most popular language in that there data set. So for instance, let me go back to VS Code here, and let's try a couple of these out. In my SQLite prompt, why don't I go ahead and just see how many people submitted this form before I downloaded it into my code space. So I can do, of course, select star from favorites, semicolon, and I could just manually, visually count all of the rows. Like there's got to be a better way when there's hundreds of them, and indeed there is. Per this list of some of SQL's functions, I can use the count function to answer just this. Now, I don't really care what I count. I really just want to count all of the rows. And so the best way to do that is to actually say, canonically, select count star, using the star in parentheses, because count is a function, so I'm passing in arguments. And star, again, is a wildcard that represents all of the columns. And that's fine, because I just want to count the total number of rows ultimately. So from favorites, semicolon, and what I'll now get back is not all of the darn data in the table, but rather a single temporary table that contains just one value of interest. 313 form submissions came in before I closed it and downloaded that file. Now, I made the form, so I know what the candidates for favorite languages are, but there's other things I can do with this data too. For instance, if I want to get the unique values of everyone's favorite language, well, I can use distinct as a keyword here too. This one I actually don't need parentheses for, it turns out, but I'm going to do it here as follows. Select all distinct languages from the favorites table. And this is going to now whittle down that long column of all of the languages that everyone selected into just a list of 3. Because, of course, there's a lot of duplicate Pythons. There's a lot of duplicate Cs. There's a few duplicate Scratches. Distinct just means I only care about the distinct values of language. Now, what if you want to count how many unique languages there are? We can compose these ideas in the same kind of way as in Python and C. I can do select the count of all of the distinct languages from the favorites table. So again, I'm first filtering it down to the distinct languages. Then I'm counting those rows from the favorites table. And as you might expect, I get back 3 as my answer. So sort of little tiny bite-sized questions I'm asking, but all very quick and all just with a single line of code. So even though I have the power now of programming, I can still answer questions like my familiar spreadsheet tools long have. But it gets a little more interesting than this. It turns out there's yet other features besides these here functions, and there's some other keywords we can use. And we'll just start to scratch the surface of these to give you representative use cases of these. But it turns out that you can group data. You can look for data that's like a certain value, not exactly equal to. You can limit how much data comes back if you're getting overwhelmed with the number of rows. You can order or sort the data. And you can also use essentially conditionals, filters, otherwise known as predicates, to get back just subsets of data instead. So for instance, let me go back to VS Code once more, and let me play around with a few of these new keywords. And let me propose this. Suppose I care about how many of you really liked C. Well, I could just select all of the data as before and sort of count it up manually, but that seems unnecessary. Let me do this. Let me go ahead and select the number of people who, from favorites, where the language they gave us an answer to their form was equal to quote unquote C. And you'll notice this is the first time I'm using literal quotes. In SQLite, when you want to quote a string value, a textual value, a literal, you use single quotes. And I realize all of these languages have their own conventions, but in SQLite, you would use single quotes around values like C. So what is this asking? This is saying select the count of all of the rows from favorites where the language in that row happens to equal quote unquote C. So this should give me the same number as earlier in code. And indeed, there's that same count, 59. But how did I get it? Notice that I was able to answer this in one line of SQL code as opposed to 14 or so lines of Python code.
Ah.
All right, what else might I do? Suppose I want to be a little more specific, and I really want to know how many people liked not only C, but Hello World, right? They sort of peaked early in terms of their excitement and really liked Hello World, and then none of the problems since. So how can we express that? Well, let's go ahead and select the count of all of the rows from the favorites table where their favorite language is quote unquote C, and the problem that they love is quote unquote hello, comma, world. That was one of our very first problem sets in C. And so now I'm using this conjunction of checking for the language value and the problem value. Similar to Python, the keyword is indeed and, unlike C where it was ampersand, ampersand. But this is now giving me some Boolean logic. If I go ahead and enter, we'll see that 8 of you, OK, I'm not sure how I feel about that, 8 of you really liked not only C, but hello world was your favorite problem in question. But we can get back that answer, too, with just one line of code. We don't have to write a whole Python program. We don't have to debug it. We can just express ourselves in a new way using this here language known as SQL.
All right, that's a lot of information, but it's pretty straightforward. So you have all of these, like, methods or whatever that can override the current parameters of the SQLite, program itself that's currently being ran, within your shell or whatever it is referred to. But then you can actually access the data points within that file or whatever. So he says like select from favorites. So the table would be the file given, right? Or the table you created. So you import favorites as file. Create table, column, yeah, I'm not sure about this create table part. So how did he actually create the table? Interesting. We got a lot of chats here. Let me get caught up here. Hello, guys. Welcome to my stream. Welcome. My name is Michael. I'm 26 years old for those that are new here. I've been teaching myself Python and programming for a little over 6 months now, taking various courses and reading various online books and resources. We have started with Harvard CS50P, where we then completed a final project of an inventory and management system. It was really, really cool and sparked an even more of an interest to continue learning. We picked up the Python Crash Course book and really launched our channel from there, solidifying that knowledge with the Python Crash Course, and then creating more projects like the Task Tracker, and then currently the one we're working on, the Small Business Manager project that we are currently working on. We are also taking Harvard CS50X, as you can see live on my stream right now. We are on currently week 7 lecture on SQL or SQL. This is the 2025 version of CS50X that just came out this year. So thank you guys so much for joining me here. If you guys are taking this course alongside me, let me know, or let me know what you're studying currently alongside me. I try to stream every single day. We currently are starting the streaming streak over today because I just got back from a short vacation where we had a little bit of a break, but it feels good to be back and in our element programming again. I really, really missed it and excited to keep going here. Hey, Richard, welcome back. It was a great trip, but I am super, super excited to get back here into the grind of it. I feel honestly most comfortable when I'm in my element. I like to have my routine, and this is where I like to be. So it's awesome to be here. Hey, Sasan says, I decided to learn web dev so I can work from home ASAP. I'm hoping to avoid toxic work environments. That sounds like a good goal for you, my man. Let me know what kind of level you're at, how long you've been learning for. You have any projects or something, let me know. It's awesome. Welcome. Junior Bojanos, welcome. Hello, how's it going? Tyler says, I've always asked myself, how does he know what exactly to type, like commands and stuff? I highly recommend reading documentation if you find yourself asking questions like that. Got you. What IDE? Yeah, VS Code currently. Solved my first 2 LeetCode questions with 0 help this week. Sweet, Richard. That just goes to show that your hard work is paying off here, right? You're learning those materials, you're applying them, solidifying them. It's really rewarding when you solve those LeetCode questions without any help. I really, really try to when I do it as well. Max consecutive ones, insert number, I think the second one is called. Sweet. A few weeks ago, I'm thinking how, but I've been grinding for at least at least for arrays, some stuff is starting to stick. Yeah, it's crazy. Like when you finally give yourself that hammer, what you're able to do with it. Like when you finally give yourself a little bit more knowledge about arrays, what you're able to unlock just about that problem. It's crazy that it's just a little bit of information can take you so much farther in solving those problems. Avinash, welcome back to the stream. Awesome to have you here. You're so cool. Welcome back to here. What you've been studying while I've been gone? Have you been keeping up? Welcome back. Yes, we are learning some CRUD SQL on week 7 here of CS50X 2025. Carlos Salcedo, let's go, let's code. Hey bro, I'm back. Let's go. You're so awesome, Carlos. Thanks for joining here. Man, I could use the crap out of SQL in my job. Where has it been all my life? Yeah, this could be really useful, right, for accessing certain, things about our data and all that. I'm wondering though, like, what is the actual like general like application though? Like besides just kind of giving you back visual representations, like why use this versus just, Google Sheets or Excel or whatnot? I mean, yeah, we can quickly in kind of one-liners access the information, but I mean, what's the difference from me just opening up the file and just hovering over the cells I want to count or sum like I currently do? Now, hopefully, I think we have another hour and a half of this lecture that we'll probably dive into tomorrow. We're going to watch about 15 more minutes of this lecture for today, but and we'll watch the second half for tomorrow. But yeah, I'm wondering how can we actually apply this kind of quick retrieval of data into an actual program? So that's my next question here. Um, Tim says day one of the grant. I also took a vacation starting up again, Chapter 9 classes crash course. Sweet, Carlos, you're on Chapter 9 of Python crash course. Yeah, Carlos has been doing the Python crash course along with a lot of other people per my recommendation. Carlos, give your honest review. How are you liking the Python crash course? Is it really helping, solidify those concepts? It really helps to kind of break things down into more elementary terms, just, of providing simple base examples of what actual loops, functions, and stuff are that kind of are taken for granted and kind of passed over by more experienced teachers and stuff. So that book is really, really good at breaking that down. Unlucky Jimmy Grant, what's your live schedule here? I stream every single day around 7 p.m. PST. I am PST in the USA, on the West Coast here. But I did come on today just because I had today off work. I got back from my vacation here this morning. But tomorrow I go back to work for the last day of the week. But so I come on after my 9 to 5 job around 7 p.m. every day. PST. Organization and think about scale of data. Also, you can create multiple databases that are relational. SQL is the tried and true database tool, has been for decades. You save memory with SQL because you aren't loading entire sheet into memory, I think. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, it's gonna give us back these counts, like visually, right? So if, like, for instance, if I'm working on my small business manager project, and what I'm currently doing is I'm using JSON and just like appending updates, I'm not using CSV to handle it. I'm using JSON, and then in my business JSON, right? I'm creating these statistics and dynamically like increasing when I either sell an item or whatnot or create an expense and yada yada yada. So how could I work about maybe implementing SQL into this to provide this statistical output rather than tracking it? It's just interesting. I wonder what we'll learn here with this next little bit. But yeah, that's the small business manager that we've been working on for the past few months, little by little, slowly. All right, it's just a program that we have. Sorry, we're getting sidetracked here, but we have item class, we have expense class, and then we have an overall script that walks the user through various menus to manage their items and expenses, and then obviously cross correlates them to generate business statistics regarding housing all of this information and kind of like a one-stop small business management interface thing. So it's kind of cool. If you ping a server for some sort of data, you don't want to wait a while to receive said data. Sheets are impossible to relate columns from one sheet with another. Relational, you can ask column from one sheet with data from another sheet. Okay. Okay, so I can say select this sheet, this column, count. Select this sheet, this column, count, and give me both them back rather than opening up both sheets, getting the counts, and then taking them, myself. Is that kind of what you're talking about, Tyler and Wing Hong? Is that whole referencing other sheets?
What, though, have I been doing very carefully stylistically? You'll notice that I keep capitalizing select and count and from and where and then using lowercase as appropriate for everything else. This is a stylistic convention. We've talked about style, of course, in the context of C and Python quite a bit. In general, in SQL, we would encourage you stylistically in CS50, and really in the real world, use uppercase keywords like select and count and from and so forth for anything that's built into SQL itself, and then use the proper capitalization for any tables you yourself have created, for any values that you're searching from. Why? Well, frankly, it just tends to be a little more readable when you can distinguish what is SQL code and what is actual table names and values therein. But this isn't a universal thing. Even different databases and different programmers might have their own conventions. So let me pause here and see, thus far, are there any questions on our use of SQL with any of these keywords here or our prior ones? What is the difference between select and insert? Select is just for getting data or reading data. Insert is going to be for adding new data. We haven't gotten there yet, but we will shortly. So distinct gives you back unique values. Group by we'll get to in a moment. But distinct, we've seen, gives you unique values. Oh, can you chain the commands together? You can separate the commands with semicolons, just as in Linux. But generally, I would say people do them one at a time. We'll see in a moment how you can nest queries, though, as well. A good question. Does it matter if you use single quotes or double quotes? The right way to do it in SQLite is indeed with single quotes. That is the convention. However, SQLite has been around for a while and is very tolerant of different conventions. So it will often work to use different quotes, like double quotes as well. It even supports backticks in some cases. But what we'll try to show you here is sort of the right way to do things in general. And in fact, you'll notice that I'm actually not using quotes around everything. Strictly speaking, it's conventional in SQLite to use double quotes around keywords like favorites and language and problem, because those are symbols that I myself created in my database and in my database table. However, when there is not a corresponding SQL command that is identically named, it's not strictly necessary to quote values. So this is to say I could, to be really proper, do select count star from favorites where language equals quote unquote C and problem equals quote unquote hello world. And again, notice I've used single quotes for my string literals for the values I'm searching for, but I've used double quotes around all of the symbols from my table name and my column names. This is the right way to do this here. But I would say in the real world, it's so much more convenient to omit quotation marks when you don't strictly need them. So that's the habit that I will generally be in as well. All right, if I may, let me propose that besides these commands, we introduce a few other pieces of functionality and then improve on our database as well. So let me propose that suppose that I care about not just the hello world problem, but there was a follow-on problem, recall, in C, where it was hello, it's me, whereby you could actually type in and see your own name printed. So if I want to check for either of those, how can I express that logically? Well, it's very similar to Python and pretty similar to C. Select the count of the rows from the favorites table, where, as before, language equals quote unquote C, but now I want to check for two possible favorite programs. So let me use some parentheses logically, just like you might use in Python or C, where the problem equals quote unquote hello, comma, world, or, and I'm capitalizing it to make clear that it's a SQL keyword, the problem equals quote unquote hello, it's me, close quote, close parenthesis, semicolon. But before I hit enter, let me see if anyone can spot the potential bug in this code. I think I've just created a problem for myself by advocating for one style or another. The problem is that we seem to have, for my hello, it's me problem, there's actually 3 single quotes involved, one of which I'm using as an apostrophe for it. And this is going to be problematic because just like in Python, just like in C, the language, the computer is not going to really understand where the string begins and ends if there's this ambiguity. Now in C, and also to some extent in Python, the way we generally solved confusion like this is we would escape the value using backslash. In SQL, it turns out that you don't just put a backslash in front of the apostrophe in this case to avoid that problem. Weirdly and admittedly confusingly, the convention is to actually use 2 apostrophes. So this does not create one string on the left and one string on the right. Having 2 single quotes in a row means you only want one of them logically to be there. So this assuages that concern there. So if I now go to the end of my command and hit enter, this time it worked because now it turns out that 8 of you liked hello world. I'm inferring that none of you liked hello, it's me any better because the count is still 8. But at least now, if we get more data over time and I update the CSV and in turn my database, I would be checking for both the language of C and either the problem hello world or hello, it's me. But really the goal here has been to experiment with some of the slightly different syntax that we need to express some of these here problems. But you know what? What if I wanted to express this even more succinctly and I really just care about any of the hello problems themselves, be it hello world or hello, it's me? Let me propose to use one other keyword that's on our new list here, namely like, where you want to search for not necessarily something that's exactly the same, but like a value, so to speak. So let me go back to VS Code here, and let me do, as before, select count star from favorites where language equals quote unquote C, and here's the new part, the problem is not equal to, but rather like the following value, hello, comma, something. Now, how do I express something? Well, here there's another piece of syntax that we need to introduce. We've seen the asterisk or the star being used with count and in other contexts for selecting any number of selecting all of the columns available. But when you use the like keyword, if you want a wildcard, you actually use, a little weirdly, a % instead. So if I now do hello, comma, space %, in this context of using the like keyword, SQL will now search for all of the problems that start with HELLO, comma, space, and then 0 or more other characters after that. And because I'm being a little clever here, I know that both of the problems I care about start with hello, comma, something. This should be equivalent to the previous command, but I don't need to have a special list of all of the values I'm looking for. This will get everything that starts with hello, comma, space. And indeed, I still get back my 8 rows as before. All right, how now might we use some of these other commands too? Well, it turns out that with group by, we can actually group similar values together. So how might this be useful? Well, consider this sample table here. It doesn't have nearly as many rows, but I propose that suppose I collected a small number of form submissions that just had maybe these 6 submissions. 1 person liked C, 3 people liked Python, and 2 people liked SQL. Well, we haven't yet seen syntax via which we could replicate that earlier Python program, whereby I really want to be able to get a quick analysis of how many people like C, how many people like Python, how many people like SQL. Obviously, I can just skim the list visually here because it's short, but if there's hundreds of submissions, let alone thousands or millions, it would be nice to be able to answer that question without having to write a dozen or more lines of Python code for a relatively simple and pretty common question. So how might I do this? Well, let me go back to VS Code and let me introduce that group by syntax. Let me go ahead and select the language column and the count for that language from the favorites table. But how do I want to do this counting? Well, let's go ahead and group those rows by the language value. So the only thing that's new here now is group by language. And what this is going to do for me is the following. If I go back to this here visualization, notice that the possible values are C, Python, and SQL, but there's several of Python and SQL. So how might I go about analyzing this? Well, really notice there's one value for C. there's these 3 values for Python, and there's these 2 values for SQL. Wouldn't it be nice in kind of your mind's eye, you could take this table and kind of squish it vertically, grouping all of these similar values together. Combine all of the C values, all of the Python values, and all of the SQL values, as we've now left scratch behind. Well, how can I do that? What I really want is to get back an answer like this. I do want the count of something, but I want to group that counting by the specific value for language. I don't want to count up all of the rows as I keep doing. I want to group my counts by the value in the language column. So how might I express this with exactly this code? If I want to get back a 2-column temporary table, language in the left column, the count thereof in the right column, but I want to squish this together in my mind's eye and combine all of the similar languages together and then count those, I do, at the end of this query, group by language. And if I hit enter now, I get back that same analysis as earlier that we implemented in Python, but using a single line now of SQL code. How might I improve on this further? Well, notice here that currently what I've just selected is indeed the counts, really in the order seen here, C and then Python, then Scratch, which seems to be alphabetized in this particular case. But it would be nice, frankly, if I could actually sort this by count. Not so much because I have a lot of data here, but if you had lots of different values in a much taller table, it might not be as obvious which is the biggest. So it would be nice to just do the sorting ourselves. So how might I do this? Well, let me go ahead and do a similar query. And just as in Linux, in your terminal window, in SQLite, you can actually hit the up arrow and go back through your recent commands. So I'll start to do that now to save myself some identical keystrokes. Let me go ahead and instead of just ending my thought with a semicolon, let me actually say order by the count of those rows, semicolon. If I hit enter now, you'll see the exact same data, but it is indeed sorted by the count column. Unfortunately, just like with my earlier Python program, I accidentally sorted it backwards. It's from smallest to largest by default. In fact, what's implicitly happening here is that I'm ordering it by count in ascending order, ASC for short, whereby ASC indicates ascending order, so from smallest to largest. But if what I want to do is actually do this in descending order, I can actually do DESC for descending, hit enter here, and now I actually do get a sorting version of this from largest to smallest. With my earlier, let me actually, you had lots of different values in a much taller table, it might not be as obvious which is the biggest, so it would be nice to just do the sorting ourselves. So how might I do this? Well, let me go ahead and do a similar query. And just as in Linux, in your terminal window, in SQLite, you can actually hit the up arrow and go back through your recent commands. So I'll start to do that now to save myself some identical keystrokes. Let me go ahead and instead of just ending my thought with a semicolon, let me actually say order by the count of those rows, semicolon. If I hit enter now, you'll see the exact same data, but it is indeed sorted by the count column. Unfortunately, just like with my earlier Python program, I accidentally sorted it backwards. It's from smallest to largest by default. In fact, what's implicitly happening here is that I'm ordering it by count in ascending order, ASC for short, whereby ASC indicates ascending order, so from smallest to largest. But if what I want to do is actually do this in descending order, I can actually do DESC for descending, hit enter here, and now I actually do get a sorting version of this from largest to smallest instead. Now, this temporary table I have here is a little weird because one column's called language, the other column's called count star. Turns out there's another trick we can use in the context of SQL if we actually want to rename these columns that we're getting back from our queries. And we can alias these things in the following way. Let me go ahead and now do this. Select language, comma, count star. But if I want to give this count star column an alias, a nickname, n is our go-to value for numbers, for instance, in programming. So let me rename this from count star to just n for number. And then let's do this as before from favorites. Let's group by language, and let's order by, and now this might make a little more sense. Let's order by n in descending order, semicolon. And now I get really back the same result, but I indeed see language as the column name at left, N for the column name it writes, and that's just a little more explicable. And in fact, this will be useful in code if you want to give aliases to the headers you're getting back, so that in Python or some other language, you don't have to keep typing count star, count star. You can use nicknames or these synonyms instead. And just to show you one other query, one other keyword that flashed before our eyes earlier, there's also this limit keyword, which isn't super useful with this relatively small data set. But if you've got hundreds, thousands, millions of rows, you might want to limit the results to be just the top 10 or the top 1, because you might not care about all of the other data. Well, I can do that here in SQLite as well. Let me go ahead and clear my screen. Let me go hit up so as to open up the previous command. And let me add to the end of this statement limit 1 if what I really care about this whole time is what is everyone's most popular language. Enter. Now I get back just that answer. Okay. And there we have it. The most popular language with a total of 243 favorites is indeed Python. To be fair, our queries have gotten a little longer, but by just using these building blocks and those we've seen prior, we can express in really single lines of code what previously took us half a dozen or a dozen or more lines of code in, say, Python. Let me pause here now and see if there are any questions.
All right, that was a lot. So these aren't functions, these are keywords in SQL. Right, so distinct, group by, like, limit. So let me just bold these so we can get them, make sure that they're, or you can just do a hashtag, I guess, right? We'll just do this. Right, so group by, like, limit, order by, where, and as. Right, okay. All right, we got some chats here. Let me get caught up on the chats. Tyler Scotty says, I'm just curious. I know CS50 class gave you a very abstracted intro into the C language. How did you like it compared to Python? Honestly, coming from Python, being pretty blessed with the simplicity of Python, I found C to be pretty annoying. But no knocks to C. Obviously, I thought it was very important for us to learn C and actual, like, what's going on under the hood. I found it very, very actually helpful for understanding how to better optimize my Python code by understanding what is going on behind some of these functions in terms of, you know, time complexity, their upper and lower bounds, and understanding, you know, the proper ways of, you know, basically what I was just explaining. Now, I struggled with the additional, like, little syntax things. I had a lot of just errors in my just writing my code just due to the additional syntax that you have to write with parentheses, semicolons, the brackets, all that kind of jazz, curly braces. So that part was a little bit interesting. I definitely missed being able to iterate over strings and strings, lists. You know, one and the same within Python, like I was able to. Now with C, I had to just do the loop. You know, I had to use like char star to access the first pointer of the string, and then you go on from there and things like that. So it was definitely a learning curve, but it was helpful to understand what really was going on when I'm using strings, when I'm using integers, when I'm using floats and stuff like that. Hey, Michael Kelly, welcome. Just jumping into this, I am new to coding and using it to solve stuff at my job. I'm doing Python crash course as well on chapter 5. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yes, I highly, highly recommend the Python crash course. Which one is chapter 5 again? Let me take a peek at that one. Chapter 5 is if statements. So conditionals, you're getting into Booleans right now. So awesome. This will help unlock a lot of necessary information for you being able to check specific values and all that kind of jazz. So awesome. Thanks so much for joining here, Michael Kelly. Let us know how you're liking that Python crash course. Tim says, who likes C? I love working on robotics, so C and C++ are by far my favorite languages. Anything in microcontrollers, microprocessors, and that niche environment is my jam. C is such a simple language, but the learning curve is steeper than Python. It's hard to get into since Python gives you a lot of tools, whereas C pretty much gives you nothing. Everything has to be done pretty much manually unless you import a library, but that is no fun. Green Chameleon, I was here when you started, and now I have gotten past memory and data structures. Woo! That's awesome. Green Chameleon also says, although this piece set is my favorite out of the entire course. All right, sweet. We'll have to look forward to it. Thanks so much for letting me know. We'll look forward to it here soon. ESCM-9SB, as is actually not needed, but it's good practice. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Just to provide an alias for a header, used for cleaning up data. Used for cleaning up, not directly needed. Juan Toba Flores says, I'm learning Python right now. Sweet, sweet, Juan. Awesome. How are you liking it so far? On Udemy. How's the Udemy course stacking up? How's that one going? You should learn it on Udemy and then carry that over into CS50P and try to see if you can wipe out the problem sets fairly quickly after completing that course, and then get kind of credit for both of them. That'd be a good idea. What does the Udemy platform provide? All right, let's watch about 10 more minutes of this lecture, and then we'll call it for the watch along for this section. We'll watch the second half tomorrow. All right.
Yes, a really good question. Unfortunately, yes. And I think as you're getting started with SQL for the very first time, that's going to be one of the mistakes you and I commonly make by just getting things out of order. So I've been very careful with my cheat sheet to do things in the correct order, but even I forget sometimes and have to look it up or ask CS50's duck or the like.
Import both the selected and non-selected answers from Google Form responses.
A really good question. Short answer, no, because the way the Google form was designed was to only store values in the CSV if those options were selected. If no one liked a certain problem or even a certain language, we would have no evidence thereof. We would have to go back to the original form and maybe create a new table that contains all of the original authoritative answers, but that have nothing to do with what people selected. So indeed, as you'll see in Python, you might want to even validate data. There's probably some hackish ways where a malicious user could submit data into the form that wasn't actually on the form unless Google too is doing validation. So that's a compelling use case for exactly that same solution.
Parentheses.
A really good question. So I'm following the same paradigm in mathematics, whereby if you are doing multiplication followed by addition, and you want the addition to happen first between two values, you have to parenthesize that in math. Similarly here, what I cared about logically was that the language was C and the problem was hello this or hello that. And so I expressed with parentheses the fact that I only cared about one of those latter being true, but I definitely wanted language to be true. And so parenthesizing in that way ensures that the operators are handled in the priority I intend.
If we were looking for a string like hello, how would you like and the wildcard in this case?
So in the case of the form I created, there were only specific values allowed. Hello, comma, world, and hello, comma, it's me. Names were not supported in the list of options I gave to the user. So I don't think this is a concern in my analysis of that data because I know from the get-go what those values are. Even that said, if I were to use that like expression, hello, comma, space, %, if there were a third, if there was a fourth, if there were a fifth option in that form that started with hello, comma, something, we would also take those into account. So that might be a little too overly generous and indeed not the best design. Well, before we move away from this favorites data set, allow me to propose that we look at just a few other features before graduating to a real world, much larger data set as well. So in addition to being able to create a table, which we automated earlier, and in addition to selecting data, as we just did hands-on, you can indeed insert data into a table as well. This wasn't relevant in the case of our Google form because you all used a Google form to insert that data. But before long, I bet we're going to be writing software, wink, wink, whereby we're going to programmatically, in code, need to insert more and more data based on what someone maybe types into a form of our own. The canonical syntax for insertion is indeed this, whereby I can insert into the table name, and then in parentheses, I specify one or more columns for which I have values. Then I literally say values, and then in another set of parentheses, I specify one or more values that I want to insert respectively into those columns from left to right. So the syntax here is a bit more verbose, but let's go ahead and try this out. Let me go ahead in my VS Code and go and type insert into the favorites table. How about just the language column and the problem column? I don't really care about the timestamp. I don't want to figure out what time it is now and write it in the right format. So I'm only going to insert two
on the language
values, not three, specifically language and problem. The values I want to insert are going to be quote unquote SQL, because I'm a big fan of SQL all of a sudden. And the value for problem is going to be 50vil, a problem that awaits you as well. Then I'll hit semicolon enter, and nothing seems to happen. But if I quickly do select star from favorites, which again is a nice quick and dirty command for just seeing all of the data in a table, look at the bottom of the table, I actually do see a new value, namely SQL and 50vil. Now curiously, there is a value for timestamp, but it's a special value, and we've seen this value by name before in C, that of null. So in the world of C, recall that null, with two L's, represented a zero pointer, an invalid pointer, or just an initialized value that has no valid address. In SQL, this has nothing to do with pointers per se, but we still use null, in all caps, null, to represent explicitly the absence of a value. And this is actually a really nice feature of SQL. Imagine the world of Google Sheets, Apple Numbers, Microsoft Excel. Humans make a mess of their data all the time. For instance, if you don't have a value in a cell, one of those rectangular boxes in a spreadsheet, does that mean it's deliberately blank? Does it mean you don't know the value? Does it mean you're missing it and you're going to come back later? So what do we humans do? Well, in English, we might have a convention like writing n/a for not available, maybe lowercase, maybe uppercase. But that's a complete hack, because what if you want the cell to actually contain, for whatever reason, n/a? It's ambiguous. So maybe you color it in a different color, like maybe black it out in the spreadsheet just to indicate, no, there's nothing here. But a color is not an explicit value for a cell. So in the world of spreadsheets, it's actually harder to express the deliberate absence of data than it is here in SQL. So when you have a null value, that means I or someone has made a conscious choice to not put a value there. It is not the same as quote unquote nothing, the so-called empty string. It's not a blank value. It is the conscious, deliberate absence of a value instead. So that there is a plus. Now suppose I want to actually get rid of something now. Turns out there's other features indeed of SQL we should explore, not just the insertion of data, but the deletion of data as well. Now this one is pretty simple. Delete from table where some condition is true. But anytime, as in the real world, you can make really bad decisions and make really big mistakes by deleting data that you did not intend. So for instance, let me go back to VS Code here, and let me propose that I want to get rid of this SQL value because it wasn't in the original form. I'm really just playing around here. I can start my query with delete from favorites. And please, 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 especially if working as an intern or a full-time engineer in industry, do not ever end this thought with semicolon unless you know what you're doing. Because if I were to hit enter on my keyboard now, this is how you would delete everything from the favorites table. This has happened before. There are news articles about employees doing really bad things because they deleted data they shouldn't have. So let me just delete my semicolon and finish this thought, as per this slide where I'm saying you should really use a where condition. We used where before for select, where we only wanted to get a subset of data. Presumably when deleting stuff, I probably only want to delete a subset of my data, maybe one row or a few, hopefully not ever all. So let me specifically delete from favorites where the timestamp column, capital T, because that's how Google does it, is null. And this too is a little weird. Instead of saying equals null, the right way in SQL is to say is null, or conversely is not null, to express that you literally are checking for that absence of a value. So this I'm more OK with, because I know that all but one of my rows has timestamps. So if I hit enter now, nothing seems to happen. But if I do select star from favorites, semicolon, enter, notice the bottom of my output no longer has that SQL or 50vil value. Now, I will say there's other things too we can do with our data set, not just insert, not just delete, but also update existing values. And this syntax is a little wordier, but it does what it says. If you want to update a table and set one column equal to some value where some condition is true, you can express that with code like this. You can actually set multiple values at once by separating column equals value, comma, column equals value, comma, column equals value, and so forth. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and set two things to known values. Suppose that I'm really getting excited about SQL. I really hear good things about this 50vil problem. Let's kind of change this data and decree that everyone's favorite language as of today or this coming week is going to be SQL, and their favorite problem is going to be 50vil. So I can do this, albeit destructively. Update favorites, set everyone's language equal to SQL, and everyone's problem equal to, quote unquote, 50vil, semicolon. I haven't executed this yet, but what this means is that it's going to iterate over the table, top to bottom, and because there is no where clause, I am going to change every cell to equal SQL and 50vil, respectively, in the language and problem column. So this, too, probably not something you should do in the real world, certainly not when working for a real-world company with a real-world database, unless you want to blow away all of your data and replace it with SQL and 50vil. But let's do that. Enter. Nothing seems to have gone wrong. Let me do another select star from favorites. And I really hope no one has questions about the previous version of the data set, because now everyone loves SQL and 50vil. And unlike most computer software, I cannot just hit Control or Command Z to undo. What you have to do now is exit out of SQLite, hope you made a backup of your database earlier, which I didn't, and then restore somehow from backup. So beware the power of these commands that you now have at your disposal. All right, so that was a lot. And unfortunately, we're out of data now, the hundreds of rows that we've had. But that was never a lot of data to begin with. So in fact, let's go ahead here and take a few minutes break. And when we come back, we're going to graduate from hundreds of rows to millions of rows of data. Indeed, we're going to introduce you to a real-world data set known as IMDb, the Internet Movie Database, which has lots and lots of information about movie stars, movies, and TV shows, and so much more. And we're going to use some of that publicly available data to explore SQL all the more, but also the design of our databases. But let's come back in 10 minutes, and we'll pick up there with millions of rows suddenly.
All right. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So that will wrap up the lecture portion for today. We are going to watch the second half tomorrow. So make sure you guys join back tomorrow. But we're going to continue the stream. The stream is not ending. We're going to do some live coding here on the project and maybe a LeetCode problem or something. But we are just going to break up the lectures into their halves, and we'll finish the Week 7 2025 Harvard CS50X on SQL or SQL, the back half tomorrow. So thank you guys so much. That was awesome. That was awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we learned about, honestly, a lot about, this was a huge, huge, dense half of a lecture, just of getting some basic keywords, create and insert. We can create a table, right? And then we can also insert a table, insert something onto the table, given a some certain parameters. So it's kind of like using almost kind of like Python keywords mixed with some C syntax, I guess, to basically make command line statements to manage or access the data. Kind of like how you would just basically say like, oh, I want to go ahead and insert this into. It's pretty straightforward with the actual verbiage and kind of rating it left to right. So I could see how this could be difficult maybe for some non-native English speakers to try to like pick up fairly quickly, because if you kind of need to have that good English flow is definitely what it relies on. But we got some chats here. Hello everybody, thanks so much for joining me. If you guys are new, I'm 26 years old. My name is Michael. I graduated college from Utah State University back in 2021. I went there. I was an out-of-state student. It was a fun experience. I got some scholarships to go there. So, and then I I graduated with a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, and I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company where I make biological controls that are used in patient diagnostics and analytics, whether it be in research or actual diagnosing patients live in hospitals and clinics like that. So that's what I do currently, and I've been trying to teach myself programming and computer science for the past 6 months, almost 7 months now. Coming up, it's been going really smooth. We're almost coming up on that 1 year mark, so we might have to make that 1 year programming video. Maybe we'll make it go, and hope maybe it'll go viral or something. That'd be funny. But yeah, so we've been teaching ourselves Python for about 6-7 months. Obviously not Python in general, but other computer science topics with various online resources. I have a Discord link below where I compile all of my study resources into like a roadmap completely for free. All of my notes you see, my problem set solutions, my projects, my analysis week by week of these courses I'm taking. Everything is in my Discord. Yeah, so it's super straightforward in there. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's read some chats here. I've been learning Python too. I wish I started a long time ago. LOL. I really wanted to get into ethical hacking. That's bug bounty. That's super cool, Geodasher. I love that game. I used to play that all the time back in the day when it was first came out back in high school. Geodash, but Geometry Dash. But that's super awesome. Do you have any experience with like bug bounting or hacking? I know there's a couple of people in the stream and the community like Script Serpent and some other people that are into like ethical hacking. So maybe reach out to them if you're wanting some information along those lines. I think he is Darth Sect in the Discord. Um, Hello, Zanab. Welcome back. It's awesome to hear from you. Thanks so much for joining in and for joining me here. What's going on? How has your studies been going over the break? Like I said, I went on a short vacation that had to unfortunately end our streaming streak of almost 3 months. So we streamed every day for almost 3 months, which was crazy. I'll have to go back and actually tally up the total count of how much we did in a row. But today marks day 0 of restarting the count. So thank you guys so much for joining me here for day 0 of continuing on with our studying here independently. Oh, Joseo, this guy for me is one of the most accurate teachers ever, man. Nice, awesome. Yeah, he's great. I took down production. I took down production. Richard says, I know you've got your hands full. If interesting, however, Tech with Tim has a solid tutorial for using SQLite and SQL Alchemy to create basic API using request get put. Oh, Richard, that's awesome. We'll definitely have to maybe check that out if we are struggling with the SQL problem set and need some more practice, because this is my first ever introduction into SQL and getting some hands-on experience with it. And so the more the merrier. So whether I watch that on stream or off, I will definitely give that a peek. Richard, do you mind throwing a link in the Discord? That'd be great. Richard also asked, biological controls for patients. Will you give an example? Super interesting. Yeah. So the FDA requires that you have some certain like red tape kind of aligned with your patients, right? There's a lot of red tape when you have patient interaction, whether it be testing or actual diagnosing or providing medicine, right? So in order to ensure accuracy of these tests, right, you who really says that the physician's machine or whatever the hospital has an analyzer or whatever that runs these samples similar to what I would do, they would try to mimic the same results. So in order to ensure that they're providing accurate results to their patients, they would run, just like you would in any sort of scientific method study, a control. Now, in more of a simple terms, we're not doing some sort of study here, we're just doing a test on a person, or a patient rather. You would run a validated control for that specific analyzer or machine to compare your results against two. Now, typically, sometimes the products I make will mimic certain illnesses or ailments, such as like being pregnant or certain drug tests, passing for certain drug tests or failing rather for certain drugs on a drug test, and or coming up hot on those. So sometimes my products do that, but sometimes they're just more like baseline readings to ensure accuracy of a machine. So let's say that you run a patient sample for a certain level of creatine or sodium within their blood or within their urine or something. Who really says that level of sodium is accurate? Yeah, you ran it and you can give it back to the patient, but there is no really safety net to ensure that value of, let's say, 25 mgs per liter of urine, whatever, for sodium is accurate. So you would run a control alongside it that is verified on that specific machine to ensure that your data to that patient is accurate. So let's say you run your patient sample, you get that 25 mgs per liter or 25 mgs per deciliter, probably more what you would see in like the field for something more small and accurate on a individual basis. So mgs per deciliter or milliliter. And let's say that you run the control and it's supposed to be within a range of 25 to 30 and the control passes at 27. So that's how you know, okay, that my control passed, so my data is therefore accurate for this machine. I can provide a solid diagnosis or for a patient. It just helps with that whole liability, FDA, and just making sure that patients are getting accurate results for their data. Now this is like can be used in other things like research. Let's say it's not even for patient testing. Anyone can buy these controls if they have the money for them. They can be fairly expensive, so that's typically why corporations with funding do, and hospitals and things like that. But like research companies can also buy them to ensure that whatever research they're doing is accurate, and they're testing it in those formats. So it's kind of more like a quality standpoint product, like ensuring quality, right? Awesome, Unlucky Jimmy. I appreciate you coming in. Thanks for joining the Discord. I look forward to interacting with you offline. Marty, no worries joining late. We are back here after our little bit of a break. We are continuing on, starting our streak today over again with day 0. We just finished watching the first half of CS50X 2025 Lecture 7 on SQL. Tomorrow, guys, at 7 p.m. PST, we will continue on with the back half of this lecture. So save that on your calendars if you're wanting to continue on with this lecture, watch along and note taking side by side with me. For those that are new, I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I graduated college back in 2021. I work as a biochemist for a biochemistry company or a biotech company. And I've been doing that for a little over 3 years now. I'm currently a scientist 2 or a mid-level scientist within my rank or title. And it's been going good, but I just am really interested in tech and teaching myself programming and continuing on with my education. Jonathan Yang says, yo man, I'm actually on week 3 right now. Great to see your progress. I'm looking to study CS and econ in college. Sweet, Jonathan Yang. This is a great way to prep for college. You'll be well suited, compared to your peers, in my opinion. We have a lot of people, current CS majors, come in and tell us that a lot of their peers, have struggled, with basic programming and knowledge. A lot of it just due to their lack of passion, maybe for wanting to be in the major, and actually being passionate about computer science. So this is a great place to be. I'm doing this in my free time, completely for free. Just grinding out hours worth of content and personal education, just to try to learn this on my own. And yeah, so that's the gist of it. Nacho, just found your channel. Looking forward to watching your progress as it motivates me to continue my autodidact mission to learn several topics, CSIT languages and more. Best of luck. Awesome, Nacho. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I'm fairly a similar way. I like to learn a lot. I'm kind of like a jack of all trades. I play guitar. I play some a little bit of piano. I play some. I learn how to program, so I like to do a bunch of different things. I skateboard. I do a bunch of different things. But I really want to develop a mastery in one thing though. So I'm really trying to gain a solid mastery of programming. I guess you could say I kind of have a mastery of biology and chemistry given a bachelor's degree, but I don't have a master's degree technically. So thanks so much for coming, Nacho. So your testing is used for enhancing accuracies of these tools. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just to ensure that you're providing accurate results to patients. Alex, and what's your working quantum computer? When they have working quantum computers, how will it change biotech industry? Honestly, not sure. The biotech industry, in my opinion, really lacks in innovation quickly just because of the red tape that is involved when you're handling with patients. Tech can move fairly quickly just because you're not like there's no like biological testing that needs to take place with whether it be like unfortunately unethical like lab rat testing or things along those lines. Or sometimes ethical versus unethical. So there are ethics in tech and things like that with the environment, but it doesn't directly impact human health directly like some biotech products do and can, whether it be medicine and things like that. So things just move fairly slow. So I'm not exactly sure how that interaction would work, but in terms of my opinion, the lack of ability to innovate in biotech is what really holds it back currently due to that red tape. But that red tape is there for a purpose, for ethics and things like that. Is there anything you're not liking about programming after 7 months? Um, Honestly, yeah, it just seems like there's just so much to learn. There's like honestly like no light at the end of the tunnel, which can be kind of daunting, and I think is what also deters a lot of new people from actually starting. I kind of say this cringe statement on the channel. It's kind of like my quote, I guess. It's you can you can keep saying 1 day, or you can just flip the words around and just say day one, right? 1 day versus day one, and it's kind of it's cringe, I know, but it is so simple as just flipping the two words around can spark an entire new career path, a new mindset, a new passion, right? Just by actually starting something, you'll never know unless you actually start. And truly, the hardest part about doing anything is actually committing to starting. And so, if you're able to do that, and hopefully the stream can maybe help motivate you through my daily streams, and whether it be working directly with me on what I'm doing live, or just having the stream on the background to hold yourself accountable daily to study whatever it is you might be, and just be hanging out here with me and using it as that resource, that's a great way too. So, just really, actually committing to starting is huge. Um, oh, that's awesome. I love getting blood labs and checking the levels with various resources and what they mean. Like you said, creatinine levels and other things, of course, is always fascinating me. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Tyler Scotty, if you are looking for more resources paid, I suggest Zero to Mastery, Udemy, and NeetCode. Zero to Mastery goes over a lot of different computer science topics. Yeah, those are great research. I'll have to look into some of those. I have been considering, whether or not I should go back for an actual post-bac bachelor's degree, like another secondary bachelor's in computer science at my alma mater. Just take an additional 2 years of grinding out just the computer science junior up courses, is or going for like a master's at like the Georgia Tech Online. Some people have suggested, or just continuing on with our independent studies. I really am not sure where to go down. Like I said, it's very daunting, and I'm just trying. Like I said, there's just so much to learn that it's honestly very hard to choose what to go down. I just went and did a quick shallow dive on Obsidian. That's an interesting way to not just take but connect / link your notes together. Okay. I definitely need to look into that. I've been procrastinating. People have been telling me Obsidian, Obsidian, Jupyter, Obsidian, and I've kind of been going like but I need to take them seriously and look into that one of these days for sure. Michael Keeley, anyone have any advice on keeping all this new language and process in your head? I'm a month into this. I'm starting to have those moments of I don't remember on my own name moments. Yeah, Michael Keeley, I highly suggest you just slow things down. I really, really tried my best to create a very, very solid base foundation of the basic tools of Python, of programming, loops, functions, file imports, all, variables, Boolean expressions. I did the CS50P, which went over all of that. And then, yeah, I could have moved on and compounded that material and then maybe struggled, with like, having to go back and remember. But no, I solidified that with Python Crash Course. I did every single example, line by line, word by word. I didn't skip over anything besides I didn't do the back half, which is just the projects, but all the learning. Yeah, it was all stuff I had learned before, and some of it was a little bit boring to relearn or just go over again. But by going over again and forcing myself to do that, I really set myself up with that solid base foundation to where when I'm actually, working on my project of the small business manager, I don't have to think about A, the features I'm implementing, and B, how to implement them. No, I only have to think about just if I have a new idea, a new feature, a new thing, a new statistic I want to track, I can just go in, find out where I need to, and just type it in, like kind of like as if I was just typing it and adding a sentence to an essay. It's kind of becoming that fluent in that language and gaining that fluency. And then it really starts to motivate you to keep going because you're like, wow, I'm really starting to pick things up. I'm starting to see my bugs quicker. I'm starting to anticipate bugs that I would have otherwise not found. with taking in user data or whatnot. So I highly suggest maybe just slowing down. Yeah, it might be kind of annoying because you want to get into this and start making stuff right away, but really, you're not going to be, you might feel like that drowning if you don't set yourself up with the proper resources at the beginning. Marty, do you think people are way they are or influenced by environment? Definitely a little bit of both, but environment plays a huge factor into things like where you grow up and things like that. But yeah, that's kind of more of like a philosophical biology question. But definitely the environment is a huge factor in my opinion. Probably over half of like influence through like upbringing and growing up. I know way more about creatinine and then like I would as a kidney transplant recipient. Oh wow, that's so crazy. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with us, and that's crazy you went through that. Georgia Tech's OMSCS completely recommend. Yeah, Tyler, do you have any more information about that program? I've been, recommended it a few times. I was just a little bit worried about the learning curve. Yeah, I have a lot of current, basic programming knowledge, kind of more entering that intermediate level, but I am worried about like the math and struggling in the beginning. I don't want to have to struggle. I want to go in confident, feeling ready for the program. So if any of you guys have taken the Georgia Tech Masters of Science in Computer Science online program, please let me know your experience regarding that and the kind of maybe tailor it to my current knowledge. Like if you think that I would be successful in that or with given my current abilities in programming and what you know. Can you function exactly? How's the new kidney work? Unfortunately, it hasn't. Oh, gotcha, Ryan. Dang. Back on the list. Isn't about remembering but knowing what to look up when you don't. That's a good point too, right? You can't remember every word in the dictionary, so you got to kind of look up some definitions sometimes. It's a good idea. TK, that's a lot of weight to bear, I imagine. Putting one foot in front of the other, always good though. Absolutely. Life's crazy, man. We've all got our stories. Well, yeah, I appreciate you, Ryan, being here. You're awesome. Keep pushing on there. Let's keep coding together every single day. I'll be here with you. We'll grind through this together. I'm doing masters online. Send me a message in Discord if you want to know more. Awesome, Alex. What's your Discord? You mind just pinging me really quick with just a quick hey or something so I know it's you and I can chat with you. I'd love to get some more info on that. Okay, let's go ahead. I want to finish the NeetCode ThreeSum problem. We've been pushing off this problem for far too long now. I've done some additional studying to where I think I might be able to solve it, but we need to try to figure this out here. Okay, so this is the ThreeSum problem that we've been dreading trying to solve for a while now. So given an integer array of numbers, return all the triplets, numbers index I, numbers index j, and numbers index k, where I, numbers indexed I of j plus k, all equal to 0, and the indices are all distinct. The output should not contain any duplicate triplets. You may return the output and triplets in any order. So example 1, we have two sets of triplets provided that all add up to 0, none of which are the same value. Okay, so in order to solve this one, now I did do some studying up on some background on this problem and things that might be helpful. And what people were suggesting is first trying to sort the array. Because if you sort the array, you can kind of you can use basically like current value and two additional pointers to find the answer, for lack of better words, right? So um, So we need to sort. Should we just call sorted on the array itself? So nums dot sort. So let me open up my Python here for some practice. Let's do, we're on this one here. So we have some array of numbers, right? Like so. Let's close out of that. So we need to, so if we call nums.sort on this and we print nums, does that override the current array? Ooh. Ooh, come on. Come back. Yeah, so that overrides our current array, right? So we can call sort and initially sort the array. Now that obviously slows us down a little bit, so we can maybe try to optimize this sort some other way, but let's try to solve from here. So for I in the, okay, like we have n is equal to the length of numbers. And then we have for I in the range of n, right? We have I. And then we also need a second pointer. So we have this loop. So we say while. So do we need another while loop? So let me pull out my whiteboard. Where's my whiteboard? There we go. So if I'm going from index, if I have my current array, so we have a current array of -4, -1, -1, 0, 1, and 2, right? So I is going to first start here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is going to be our I. We need to initialize a j to be 1 greater than I, right? And then because we're sorted here, we can kind of manually our second pointer, so technically if this isn't our first pointer, our second pointer can start at the end of our array and move backwards, going for less values, trying to basically find if you have a proper threesome or triplet, right? Armando, what's going on? And welcome in. How's it going? I wonder if the dictionary like ThreeSum complement number is kind of a kind of thing. Yeah, so that's another thing we need to account for. So in ThreeSum we used a dictionary to basically find the difference. So we're probably going to do something similar again here. So let me resize this. Oop. Okay, so if we need a dictionary for difference, so let me go open up, hold on really quick, let me go LeetCode, let me open up my ThreeSum solution, or sorry, NeetCode. Oh, whoops. NeetCode. Roadmap, 2 pointers, input array sorted, ThreeSum here. So it's my submission. I had for I in the range, I had seen values, we call difference. If difference is in seen values, return a list of seen values, difference, and I, and the current value. Okay, so that's the case. So we have seen. Are we going to use another dictionary again? So for I in the range of n, we're going to say we're currently on this -4 for index 0 of this numbers. So difference is equal to the current value we're on. So nums at index I minus so our target is 0. Are we adding up to 0? Shoot. NeetCode. What's our target value? 2 pointers, ThreeSum. Add up to 0. Okay, so our target is 0. So difference. So we'll say while we'll set j is equal to I plus 1, right? And we'll say while j and then we need to set another one of k equal to -1. So while j does not equal to k, we're going to take a difference, right, of nums index I and nums index j, right? But this will actually sum. We need to sum, right? So here, this isn't difference. This is partial sum, right? Partial sum. So we sum these two values. We say if partial sum plus nums at index k is equal to 0, return. So if the partial sums plus nums index k is equal to 0, so do we want to put in the partial sum? Partial sum is equal to that. Do we go seen values for a key of partial sum? With a list equal to a list of nums index I plus nums index j. we say if partial sum in scene so not in. So if the partial sum is not in the scene, we'll save the partial sum key as the partial sum, and then its value as a list of the two values of I and j, right? Um, so, okay, so what have we done here? We're looping through, we're accessing this -4 and summing -1. Well, that puts us at -5. So it's going to add the 0. We're going to go so then we say, in my two-sum problem, I said, these differences, if differences in scene values, return the scene values difference and the current index I were on. So while partial sum, we add the two-pointer, we add the current value we're on, and we add these two together. That creates the partial sum, right? Then we add that partial sum to our scene dictionary. A list. So do we want to actually make it a list of lists, right? So else, like if the partial sum is already in there, we need to create another list, scene partial sum dot append a list of nums index I, nums index j, right? So we're computing a partial sum of our current value and our first pointer, right? We're adding that. If we have not seen it already, we're creating a list of lists, right? Where the first of just the current values. Else we're going to append this list to this. Okay, here. Do random output and then write an auto submit bot and hope for the best. Hey Tim, how's it going? Welcome back in. AJ Brady, hey, I'm a new uni student learning CS. Could you share some resources? I could share some resources I found. Awesome, Brady. Yeah. Could you please join my Discord and make a thread in the community resources thread and throw that in there? That'd be great. If you could provide some stuff. Rarely do these sort problems come up in every day. Although I have never had to implement a ThreeSum problem in my work. Yeah. So this is just getting practice with. Okay, so now where do we go from here though? Like, so we compute partial sums. And then we say, what do we need to say? After we do the partial sum saving, if nums index k plus the partial sum? No. Yeah. Yeah. Plus the partial sum is equal to 0. We're going to add nums index k to that current array. That we would have been on. So we need to scene for the partial sum that we're currently on. Scene for the partial sum we're currently on. Dot append. We want to append to the negative first list or the last list, right? Just by default, whether it be the only list in there or if we have more than one, the last one. Dot append nums index k. And then how do we identify? Oh, I'm getting lost here. Shoot, guys. Anybody have any tips? Anybody have any pointers? We're solving the ThreeSum problem right now on NeetCode. Anybody have any tips or pointers here? We're kind of getting stuck. Let me go to my ThreeSum here. Open up this. Oop, come on. Come back. Don't do that. Okay, so a brute force will check every triple there is O of n3. Can you think of a better way? Yeah. Okay. Sorting the input array. Okay, we already got that one. We can iterate through nums index I and get nums index I equals to minus nums index j plus nums index k. We can iterate through index I and get the current number we're on is equal to negative nums j plus nums k. After rearranging the equation, making negative nums index I equals nums j plus nums k for each index I, we should effectively calculate j and I pairs without duplicates. Pairs. Okay, yeah, I got you. So you have to, because we're adding to 0 here. So if nums index j is 2 and nums index k is 1, that adds to 3. Well, num index I has to be negative 3. Okay, so then let's think here. So we're not computing the difference on nums I that we're currently on. We're going to do seen values while j does not equal to k. We'll compute partial sum is equal to num index j plus nums index k, right? We'll compute j, k into there. We can iterate negative partial sum. Okay, so then we need to return all the, okay, so we need to update the partial sum to 0. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Okay, so we take partial sum, which is this, j and k. If partial sum is not in the seen values, well, seen partial sum is equals to a list of lists, right? Else seen partial sum dot append nums I plus nums j. So this will be j and k here. So seen on partial sum dot append will add to that current partial sum list a new list of indexes j and k. So hold on, let's go like this. Let's compute first. Let's say if hold on. So if nums index I, the current number we're on, is equal to plus the current partial sum that we've calculated is equal to 0, then we're going to go into the scene at that partial sum. Increase it by nums index I, which will be 0. And then append to it. Oh, shoot. Make numbers I number. So lock down I. Yeah, so we have locked down I. We compute a sum if the partial sum so we compute a partial sum. So this is 2 and this is 3. So in the first iteration, this is -1 and -1. So j, k, and I can't equal to each other, though. Oh, shoot. This is getting tricky. Make it negative, then do a 2-sum with j and k that equal -I. Scene PS. Oh, partial sum. Scene partial sum equals nums I plus nums j. Oh, we don't want to add these together. We want to do a list, right? Sorry. Right. Okay, so then let's see here. Okay, so we currently have I. I is -4. While j does not equal 2k, right? We just need to do a 2-sum from this point forward. So while j does not equal to k, well, j will never be -1. So this won't happen, actually. So we need to say while nums index j, no, because that'll stop on duplicates. Which is what we want, right? So while numbers index I or index j does not equal to numbers index k, we're going to compute a partial sum of those values. So j plus k. If the partial sum is equal to negative nums index I, right? What do we want to do? We want to scene for the partial sum is equal to a list of nums index I, nums index j, and nums index k. So while the actual number at index j does not equal to the number at index k, meaning that we won't have duplicates as well in this case, which will handle that edge case, we create a partial sum on those two indexes. So this will do -1 and 0. So this is our first k value, and this is our first j value, right? In this loop. Or hold on, sorry, here. So this is k here at -1. So we'll take -1 plus 2 gives us to +1. Well, it's going to then evaluate if -4 is equal to, if the inverse of that, right? So +4 is equal to this value here. Then we'll go ahead and save as that partial sum. No, not at this. Sorry, we'll save at index I. We'll save a key value as the I, so we'll have enough iterations up through the range of n, right, is equal to this, right? If it doesn't, partial sum. So then we need, what are we doing the difference? If difference in scene values, return that else scene values is equal to numbers index. Scene value is a key. Oh, shoot. You can set them all equal if you want, but not necessary though. Set them all equal. So, while numbers index j does not equal to the numbers index k, and numbers index j does not equal to numbers at index I, we're going to do this, right? So that'll do the check to make sure all three are unique values. If it's not, we're not going to even bother with this I value. We're going to move on. And so we will then if partial sum that else, right? Else we need to decrease k, right? We need to decrease k No problem, Richard. Appreciate you helping me out here and enjoying it. So we create a partial sum. If the partial sum that we created is equal to the current value we're on of index I inverse value, then we are going to go ahead and save seen at index I for key value I, so it'll be 0 in the first iteration, is this. So we'll say 0 here. Actually, so we'll hard code a seen index 0 into here. And then set this equal like that. Because then we'll say we can access and return the value of seen index of seen key value 0. So we're only saving in our seen value ones that actually are that work, basically, right? Else k minus 1. I call seen values index. I'm having trouble following my original ThreeSum solution here. So for I in the range length of numbers, we take a difference from target to here, which is basically what we're doing here. For partial sum is equal to the negative that, right? We will go ahead and save at that key a list of all the current values. Else we'll decrease k by 1 . So then we need to say here then, while go to -2. So how can we stop? K will go down by 2, J will increase. So J will always be greater than K. So then if k goes to -2 and j goes past that value, we don't want to keep going. Oh, come on. Shoot. What do you guys think? You guys have any suggestions here for this 3-sum problem? Am I overthinking it? So we're just making a 2-sum, but just adding in a third value. Return a list where we access the key from difference and the current value of I, index of I. And so we wrote to make save scene values equal to I. Okay. That's what scene is for. So scene is this. While numbers index j so let's just first screw this while loop. Okay. While so if j is 2, -1, 2 is greater than, less than, j becomes 3, -2, 4. We have to do n-1 here to make sure that j doesn't go over our bound of our range. K equals negative while. Oh, shoot, man. Shoot. So, okay, and 4. To efficiently find j and k pairs, we run the two-pointer approach on the elements to the right of index I as the array is sorted. When we run the two-pointer algorithm, consider j and k as pointers. J is left and k is right. And target is equal to nums minus negative nums index I. If the current numbers, then we need to increase the value of the current sum by incrementing j pointer. If the current sum okay, so then we say for I in the range n-1, let's go back to my 2-sum. We have scene equals here. So current equals to nums index I, right? We then need to specify, consider j and k as pointers. For I in the range of n-1, j equals I plus 1, k equals -1. So j will be 1 in the first iteration, -1. So k will go down to -2, j will go to 2. So we need to say while k is equal to negative j, we're going to do the following. So while k is going to be negative 1, j will be 1. So j is negative 1, so that's equal to each other. So then if we decrease k even more to negative 2, and we try to, but j can't go any further, then this while loop won't happen and it'll break. Okay, cool. So we have the current. So this is target. Let's say target, right? We have our ThreeSum problem here. So so we'll say difference is equal to difference in seen values. You need to continue to move j and k for the same I. Yeah, exactly. So you have to find all the possible solutions. Okay, so if nums index k, or index j, plus nums index k is greater than the target, we need to reduce k down. K minus equals 1, right? So we reduce k down to find the next smallest value all the way until this would then will not work. So then if j is in the first iteration 1 and k is negative 1, we need it to loop. J will go down to negative 2. So while j is greater than k, but it'll always be greater than because k is negative. So k is negative 1. If j is 1 in our first iteration and k is negative 1 in our first iteration, the loop needs to take place. So it'd be while j is greater than or equal to, so then k will have negative 2, then negative 3, all the way up until j. So we don't want it to iterate on j though, we want it to move past because, right, so good job, keep it up. Thank you, Ahmad, I appreciate you. Is this 24-hour stream? No, it is not. We've been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes though, so we have quite the stream going here so far. This is my return stream after being on vacation for the past 4 days. Appreciate you guys for joining me here. For those that are new, I've been teaching myself Python and programming for the past 6-7 months through various online resources and books mainly. I am a chemist by trade. I have a degree in human biology and chemistry. I work as a formulation chemist for a biotech company. I've been teaching myself programming after my 9-to-5 job every single day for the past 6-7 months. So thank you guys so much for joining me here. Try instead of using k minus 1, use k equals n minus 1. Makes your life easier. Okay. That's a good idea. So k equals to n minus 1. Okay, got you. So now we're using positive numbers for k rather than, so now we can directly compare when j meets k. So if k is n minus 1, so if our length is 5, it would be 4 for k to access the last one. J would be 1. So while k is greater than, while j is less than k, we're going to increase, well, okay, perfect, like that. Got you. Thank you so much. That was a great tip. That was a great tip. While j is less than k, if the numbers at index j and plus k is greater than the target, we need to reduce down the value of k and continue that loop. L, if it's nums index j plus nums index k is less than the target, right? We want to increase j. So we don't want to do anything here. We want to just break, right? Because j will naturally increase as I moves forward. So we don't want to do anything here. So then we say else, if it's just like it's equal to the target, right? Then we need to can we not just say answer is equal to an array, else go answer dot append the an array of nums index I, nums index j, and nums index k, like so. So if you found a valid input, you append a list to this list of answers, right? So hi bro, I'm a pro on HTML and CSS. Can you find me? That's the question of the hour, right, Hazza? Appreciate you for joining. Thanks so much for joining me here. You're awesome. If you guys are enjoying the stream so far and enjoying, hanging out with me and the resources in the Discord, please consider, throwing a thumbs up and, following along and subscribing. The stream has really been growing over the past few weeks and months that we've been doing this every single day, despite our recent vacation break. But yeah, it's been really fun, doing this alongside you guys. I really like, network with you guys on a daily basis, and the likes and the subscribes really help to just keep, YouTube pushing our content to new viewers, to new programmers, and getting them, involved and integrated into the community here. So if you guys wouldn't mind, throwing that thumbs up or a sub to the channel, that'd be really, really great. I really enjoy hanging out with you guys. So how does this look, right? So return answer, or just print answer, sorry. So if I run this, okay, well j is less than k. So k is n minus 1. So if the length is 5, we have a k of 4 and a j of 1 in our first iteration. K will decrease down to 3 and then decrease down to 2. and then stop so why does this not work? Keyboard interrupt while j is less than k. So we obviously have an infinite loop going on here somewhere. Not for me. J is less than k. Anybody see where we're going wrong here? So we have an infinite loop going on. Target equals our current value. We need to decrease k. L if it's greater than target. We break and move on. No, we don't break. We can increase j plus equal 1. Right? So if we increase j by 1 here to move that one forward, it'll just get it'll reset on the next iteration of the loop. So we're still getting that error here. Keyword interval j is less than k. And ThreeSum you have answer defined in your loop. I think in the while loop you can define answer to I plus j plus k. ThreeSum should be hard right? So why are we getting this infinite loop here? Okay, let's go like this. We've been working on this for a while now. I'm not going to ask for any answers, right? I don't ask for answers or code, but I'm saying I am working on ThreeSum from NeetCode and am getting stuck in an infinite loop. Please do not show me any code or give away any solutions. But please guide me using my current understanding. Okay. So this is my current approach that is stuck. Your approach is mostly correct, but there are two potential issues causing an infinite loop. Duplicate handling. After finding a valid triplet J and K are not moving forward to avoid duplicates, which should cause the loop to get stuck processing the same values. Loop range. Your loop should run up to n-1, but it should stop earlier to ensure that at least two numbers are left for J and K. Okay, we don't want J and K to be the same number, so it has to be n-2 here, because we're having J be 1 greater and K be technically 1 greater than J in the worst case scenario, in the last loop. Print values are easier to get stuck after finding a triplet move. So in ThreeSum 2, right, we skipped over duplicates, so let's go over to that one. This is ThreeSum 1, roadmap, ThreeSum 2. So in this one, my solution was for I in the range length of numbers, for J in the range of I plus 1 length of numbers. If equals a target, we return that value. brute force. Oh, here, where's my submission? Here's my submission. So here's my submission. We say length numbers while I does not equal to j. Oh, n minus 1. So I use that one here as well. I need to remember that better. While I does not equal to j. Okay, so we need to if nums, so hold up, what do we, how do you deal with duplicates? So it says, after finding a triplet, move both j and k while skipping duplicates, just like you did in ThreeSum 2. Notice. Okay, so then if nums index j is equal to nums index k, right, or nums index j is equal to nums index j index I, or nums so we'll say actually not equal. So if this is not true, then we can infer that I will not equal to k as well, so we don't need to check that condition. So this needs to say and, right? If this, do all of that. Else pass on this current value of I. So if nums index I so we'll say, hold on, if we say, here we can say if nums index I equals to nums index k, we're going to not equal here, nums index j. Okay, so actually, let's go back. We'll take this entire statement here, put this up here, bring this back, bring this in. So we say, if the numbers index j does not equal to numbers index k, and numbers index j does not equal to numbers index I, well, we're going to then go through and evaluate. But j and k will dynamically change here. So we need to do the evaluation of numbers index I here. Does not equal to numbers index j, right? We can move forward. And then we say if numbers index j is equal to numbers index k, so actually I guess we can just keep that evaluation all within underneath the while loop to evaluated each movement here, right? On second, you need to add more code in your else. One last thing is to ensure no duplicate triplets. Think of possible data structures you can use. Possible data structures we can use. So we could just use a set, right? Or just use a hash map and say not in. So scene values is equal to this. So if nums index oh shoot. I feel like we're close, but no cigar. Michael, we are up keeping your foot on the neck. We're up next. Michael, we are up next. Keep your foot on the neck. We're down 3-1 right now. Okay, so just based off what I got here, what should I move? Okay, so I'll say this is my current version now. You're getting closer, but there's still some issues. Potential problems. Incorrect duplicate check, right? Does not prevent duplicates correctly. This check might cause you to skip valid solutions or not skip duplicates correctly, not moving J and K after checking a triplicate. If you find a valid triplet, you don't update J and K. Okay, so yeah. So if we find a valid triplet, we need to K minus 1 J plus equals 1, right? After adding a triplet, move J and forward, skipping duplicates like in ThreeSum 2. Okay, so then I did that. You're very close, so there's still an issue handling the duplicates, right? Right now you're moving J and K forward, but after finding a valid triplet, which is good, you aren't skipping over duplicates. This can lead to duplicate triplets appearing in the answer. So if we have a valid answer, we need to do the check then, basically, right? So else, if nums index I is equal to nums index K, and nums index I is equal to nums index J, or not equal to, right, we're going to do all of this, right? Like so. So now if I run this, oh, we're still getting an error here. Clear. What's going on? Run. Copilot, no. Clear. What's going on here? Let me. What is it doing this for? Let me bring this over here so you guys can see my outputs better, so it's not blocked by my screen. Right? Okay, so emitting That check is incorrect because we are omitting same value triplets like 0, 0, 0. Omitting same value triplets like 0. So this check is incorrect. I'm omitting values like 0, 0, 0 for 0, 0, 0. Okay, so it can be 0 though. Proper duplicates. So before I append the answer at this current loop, I do the check. Yes, you should append the first triplet. You should append the triplet first, then handle duplicates immediately after. Correct flow. After append the triplet, answer.append number, right, move J and K, skip duplicates while numbers index J remain the same, keep moving them further. So just don't, I asked you to not show code. Don't show code ever. Stop. Yes, do the duplicate after ascending. So you do the duplicate check up here. Okay, so it doesn't want this here then. It wants it after I do the append and I move J and K forward. Okay, so here there, if numbers index I reduce it down. Are you ignoring the skip duplicates by using else? No, I'm not. I'm not trying to ignore it. I am trying to. Or I get. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not sure. um. Is J pointing the same value as before? Move it forward. Right after appending. So if nums index I does not equal to nums index K, okay, so if nums index I is equal to nums index K, we'll decrease K by 1 just to keep going. While nums index would I need another loop to continue the decrease of K down? Yes, you'll need a while loop decreasing. Say while nums and index J will do that. Right? I think check the old k value with the new k values to ensure they are different. So if I take this, let's see what it says about this. You're really close, but there are flaws in your duplicate skipping logic. That's likely causing issues. Probably incorrect duplicate while numbers. This can check if both j and k match I, which isn't the right way to skip duplicate. Instead, you need to check if the consecutive values of j and k, not I. While loop may cause an infinite loop. You may decrement j. You only decrement j and increment j. What to fix? After appending to the triplet, move j and k once. Okay, after appending to the triplet, move j and k once. Then keep moving j while it's the same as the previous value. Okay, so while nums index j then keep moving j while it's the same as the previous value of j. So what if I say while j is less than k, so can I use the scene to basically say while not in scene values, if, shoot, I feel like we're really close, but I'm not getting there. I'm still a little confused. No worries, let me break it down in the clear. So while numbers index j, you're comparing, yeah, I got you, that loop is wrong. You need to compare numbers j with the previous numbers j value and numbers k with the previous numbers k value. Move j and k normally after adding a triplet. Skip duplicate for j. Move forward while numbers index j is the same as before. So we say like while nums index j is equal to nums index j minus 1, we increase j while numbers index j the new one. So like this. You're on the right track, but there's still small one issue. If j is already in the initial position, I plus 1, numbers j might cause out of bounds error. You need to check if j is, make sure j doesn't go out of bounds. So then can I say this out front here? minus 1 and oh my gosh, I'm not getting this. I feel so dumb. Duplicates. What happens? If numbers in is previous, keep moving forward, skipping duplicates. This will do it while j is less than k. Having it in the else is correct. Yeah, okay. And then while j is less than k here, and then duplicate this down for so then say while j is less than k, if this, do this, elif, we'll copy this down as well. Say if numbers index k minus 1, k plus 1, k here. So now let's see what it says about that. You're almost there, but there are a couple adjustments needed for your duplicate checking logic. Duplicate skipping logic. You're checking nums k, which will cause an out of bounds as you might reach the end of the array. You need to check that k hasn't gone out of bounds. So the inner loop should be removed here, here. So let's say while j is less than k, and do this, and then the same thing for this. Here, k plus equal 1. We'll decrease, no, we need to decrease k by 1. The previous would be k plus 1. So then now if I take this and throw it, what does it say for it? You're very close being similar parts, but there's still a couple adjustments to improve your code and prevent. When checking for duplicates for k, you need to ensure that k is still within bounds to prevent accessing an index that doesn't exist. Out of order, after you find a triplet and update j and k, it's crucial to ensure that you're still within bounds of the array when performing duplicate checks. After appending the triplet answer to both, move both j and k one step. Then skip duplicates for j and k. Skip duplicate j and skip duplicate k, but only if we went back within bounds. For j, while j is less than k. Plus 1, k minus 1. Make sure the condition for structure. Append the. Make sure the condition for nums index k plus 1 checks that if k plus 1 is still within bounds of the array, must be less than n minus 1. So we need to do a check to say if k plus 1. This is a lot easier. The hash map solution. Okay, so should we do that? Oh. Shoot. And k is less than n. We say while less than n, the condition for skip location only check if greater than. Well, and 2 and numbers k and numbers k. So while j is less than k numbers. K plus 1, j minus 1 remaining code. Okay, so if we run this, we get these 3 options. Okay, which is incorrect. We should be only getting 2 options. Oh, because these arrays are the exact same. Found equals this. Found. Ugh. My brain's hurting, guys. We've been going for 4 hours. I feel like you're on the 1 yard line. I know, we're so close. Okay, so right now we're getting duplicates. We're getting duplicate appends, right? Okay, so then instead of doing an answer in an array, let's call a set, and then let's add to the set, and let's print list answer. So that way it'll avoid the duplicate altogether. Unhashable type list. Add unhashable type quote list. Change the list to a tuple in your add method. Oh, okay, that's right. So we'll change it to a tuple rather. And then here, there we go. So now we're getting unique elements only, or unique index or values. So what about the case for 0, 0, 0 though, right? we're getting 0, 0 back. Okay, so that does pass that case then. So is this my solution? This is, I feel like there's a way easier to do this with using a hash map, like you guys are saying. Oh my gosh, is that it? Okay, so let's see here. Let me bring this over. Let me open up this. Bring this over here. Let's go here. Okay, so we have, we have this here. And then at the end of the for loop, we return answer back, right? But not the optimal solution. Okay. So then, now if I run, so my output was none. Dang it. Returning answer at the end of this. Sort, answer set, return answer. So I'm getting a bad output here for no output on this answer given, which was what I was using before. So something's going wrong. No one's there to catch it. Yeah, I'm playing by myself here. So we need to, if you guys are enjoying my struggle, you know, it really helped me feel better if you threw a thumbs up on the stream and maybe subscribed if you guys weren't following along to the channel. It really, really helps motivate me and keep me coming back for more of this pain. So thank you guys truly for being here and hanging out with me. You guys are awesome. So I'm outputting nothing because I'm returning nothing. Oh, does it want a print? Is it wanting a print statement? No, it's not wanting a print statement. Return answer. I'm having a blast. Are you returning? Oh yeah, list answer, right? But why wouldn't it give me any output? Okay. Still getting back empty array set add. Are you returning a list? I'm having a blast watching you struggle. Thank you, Armando. Appreciate you. You're funny. So we're not getting any output to return here for some reason. Why? So if I run this, what am I getting? I'm getting a list of tuples. Okay, so I'm adding I need a list of lists. You just got a job. What? Oh, sorry. It's outputting just a blank. My output is blank. I'm not getting any output for some reason. Why am I not getting any output? Return list answer. Well, it wouldn't pass anyways because I'm returning a list of tuples when I should be returning a list of lists. Try converting the tuples to a list. What? Congrats, my guy. That's funny. If you're not trolling. So where are we wrong here? So where are we wrong? I am not getting any output, and I also am returning a list of tuples, not a list of lists like the problem requires. Great job on getting the code together. Let's address both issues you've mentioned. If you're not getting any output, it might be due to how you're calling the ThreeSum method. Oh. Do I need to do self.nums? For example, return, right? So the list for value in answer. There we go. Okay, so it just didn't, it wanted the list back. Okay. So our return was correct in the original code. It's just wanted the actual returning using a list comprehension. It didn't want the returning of tuples. It wasn't accepting that. So now we just got both test cases to pass. Let's submit. Oh! Oh, woohoo! That one was hard, dude. That one was really hard. Like honestly, like I'm not even trying to front. I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of these two-pointer approach, but that one was difficult by having to keep track of, the boundaries of both of those variables, right? While also understanding that you have to avoid the duplication of those tuples, right? So you can just use a list comprehension. You can just list all the values. So the tuples, just convert each tuple into a list for every value in the answers that were given, right? Oh my gosh. So the time complexity on this, I don't know if it's going to be that fast because we're doing some while loops within some already loops. So I don't know. This one was kind of rough. I honestly, I don't really feel too confident. I feel okay about all of this right here, right? But it's this part right here that I'm struggling with. So right? I decrease when I say while this is that, and okay, so we just continually decrease, increase j until it either surpasses the current value of k or it does not equal the previous j value within the numbers array. And the same thing for k, but because k is starting from the back, you have to go, and we're decreasing k rather than increasing, you do the inverse. Okay. Yeah, right, Ryan? Exactly. Exactly. If you guys enjoyed me solving this one live on the stream, it took me a good hour and a half to solve it live on the stream. Please throw me a thumbs up for that one. That took a lot of effort, a lot of brain power here. Thank you guys so much. As graduated, there's a foursome? Oh my God. No. I thought I got away from this. No. Time for another vacation. It's O of n squared, which is optimal, I believe. Okay. Yeah, I think the optimal solution was O of n plus m. No, O of n squared and O of 1, where n is the size of the input array. So it does require O of 1 space. So, right? But I'm creating a new set in memory. So what about the O of 1 space, you guys? Right, so let's throw this in here. Let's see what it says. Your code looks solid and is correctly implements the ThreeSum problem logic with necessary adjustments. Here's a quick rundown. Gotcha. Sweet. I got O of n squared and O of n space. Okay. Yeah, so I'm getting the input array itself, right? And then I'm also creating a new array that wouldn't be n space, but would be dependent upon the amount of answers provided. All right, should we look at his solution? Okay, so this is the ThreeSum problem here. So this uses for j plus 1 length of numbers. Okay, hash map. You sort, count, you count, set the value equal, 2 pointers, O1, O of n, depending on the sorting algorithm. He enumerates the numbers. Okay, so we both got different approaches here. For the 2-pointer at least, we kind of solved it a little bit differently. He uses recursion, right? LF3 Oh no, he sets that to a variable. Oh, okay, so he says if A is 0, break. Right, so if the value is 0 itself, break off. Else, left and right equals I plus 1, length of numbers 1, while left is less than R. We create the sum plus A, which is a value here. If that is greater than 0, we reduce the right pointer by 1. If it's greater, then we increase. Else we append while numbers of... So he reduces this part down into one while loop. all numbers in index L left, or J in this case, is equals to, and L is less than R. My favorite is brute force for real. I like that. I like that two nested loops solution. It's really easy to read. I like the two nested loop solution. It's really easy to read. Where at? In here? Look to give a NeetCode problem a shot, but I'm not familiar enough in the languages available to you and attempt it at this point soon. Yeah, soon, Ryan, you got this. For sure. Like, I just give some Python a little bit more practice, and you'll be good to go with trying these. If you've already done a lot of the CS50 like iteration practice using like a for I and like right stuff, and I less than n and things like that, it really helps to understand some of these iterations better. So if you can try to translate that into Python for a little bit more simple syntax with solving these problems, you definitely can sort through these. You're definitely got it right. For brute force, for I, for J, and then for K solution. Yeah, the brute force, you literally go for I, for J, and for K. If you get it, add it to the tuple, return all the ones that you added, right? And so that utilizes a set as well. Cool. Well, phew. All right, guys, we just surpassed 1,000 views on this stream, so thank you guys so much for joining me here. We streamed for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I am going to go ahead and call it here for this evening. I will quickly, before I go, I will do a demonstration of our current small business manager project so that tomorrow when we go ahead and dive into it, we can just jump right in and not have to worry about doing a demo or anything. But so I'll just quickly, before we end the stream for tonight, I'll just do a quick overview of the small business manager project that we've been working and coding live on the stream. So we have been streaming for over 4 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, I've been recording this whole time too. I should have stopped recording after I finished oh no, that's going to cause a lot of memory on my computer to get taken up. I've been recording this entire time when I should have stopped the recording after I finished the lecture part. Whoops. Stopping that recording. Let's see, it's loading. It's remixing the recording here. Uh-oh, that's a long one. All right. It just processed. It's processing. There we go. Cool. All right, I'll have to go and edit that one quick so I can clear that file out. That's going to be a big file. Tons of gigs. Okay, so this is the small business management project that we've been working on live. So if you guys are wanting to understand, how I start writing projects in Python, I think that there was a question. I think there was a question earlier above that I missed. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tyler, we just finished that one. Thanks for coming back here and cheering us on. Let's go, Big Mike. Submit, submit, submit. Awesome. Hold on, I got some chats I missed. Something like list for I and answer. Yeah, exactly. Man, how's it going? Submit, submit, submit. Let's go. I'm glad I came back just in time. Pouring wine W. What's the time complexity? Nice. All right. Someone asked me how I got the projects working in my personal code space rather than in the CS50 code space. And well, I mean, you can just use Python really. I mean, regardless of the code space you're in, it's fairly universal, I think. But just for terms of setting up the basic projects, right? So all my projects so far have been kind of object-oriented projects where I create classes for, creating blueprints for, objects or items pertaining to the specific project. Now, it's mainly been managing inventory for my project so far and kind of increasing the elaboration from there forward. So we, first we started off with our items class, right? So we started off with just a basic item class so we can create items in the form of for this business, right? Things to sell. So in the firms, in my personal circumstance, me and my girlfriend, we have a small business where we resell vintage clothing for a very, very affordable price. Just for our main business model is to rehome and resource, vintage clothing. Helping the environment, mainly helping the environment, and also just turning just a small, small profit just to keep, sustainable. We're not trying to price gouge or anything along those lines. So what this project is we are able to import or load in those individual items, assign those individual attributes like an item number, a name, a size, a cost, whatnot. We can convert those items into for sale items by detecting if they have a date listed. If it's none, it's not for sale, we can update it as such. And then we can also convert those items from for sale or just regular items as sold, right? Let's say the item was it skipped the for sale portion. We can just mark it right off it's sold and do the same thing. Check if it has a date sold, and if not, go ahead and update accordingly. So what's going on here is that I'm creating these items, I'm converting them as either for sale or sold, and then I'm also generating expenses off the creation of these items, right? So when you intake items into inventory into your system, you obviously have a cost of good for that associated item right here in this specific attribute for this class. Now, the cost of good will essentially, if I show you guys here the individual items.json here, the cost of good is showing up as 1,000, but this isn't 1,000 US cents. We're not using floats, we're using whole integers, so I'm converting dollars into cents and then back into dollars and such. So this is $10 for a cost of good. Now, when you have a cost that is greater than 0, you automatically generate an expense via this expense class, and that saves here, right? So we have this expense for $10. And inside of this note is just a reference to that actual object. Now, I went ahead and updated this to actually just for the note to only include the item number, not the entire object itself for that item, but just the item number as a reference for that expense. Now, we also can generate expenses just arbitrarily out of the blue on our own. It doesn't have to be directly associated with encapsulating a new item. We can just go ahead, I'll show you guys here, if I go ahead and just run the actual program here to just demonstrate what's going on. Right, we press 1. I'm using functions and a lot of I'm using while loops and functions to basically mimic user menus, and then using these functions to basically function hop from menu to menu, recreating this general format. So we can enter, and you'll see what I'm talking about. We enter in by pressing 1, and here's our main menu. So we can go to the inventory menu and actually add items, right? You can do so by adding individual items, giving it these various attributes via question and answer. I'll go ahead and do that here. We'll say new item, test, item, cost was 10, size. If I give a size that's not included like C, it makes me give a size that's included within this set. So I'll give it a small, used today's date, yes. I'll say a quantity of 1. And as you can see, right off immediately, our file for items.json was appended and saved for that new item that was just loaded in. Now we can go ahead and find and edit individual items and search via item number, name, or date created. So we can actually go into and access this. If we're doing by item number, we can actually access this fairly quickly, but via constant time hash map. But if we are searching for name or date created, we have to obviously conglomerate or accumulate all of the ones that would have duplicate names or duplicate dates created. So for example, if I press item number for item name and I do, let's just say test here, it'll pull up one item found with this name. Please select the item, and then you can actually pull this item directly back in from the system to edit live these attributes. Now if you press 5, you can get access to the additional attributes from the bottom half lower and edit those as well, or just go back to the previous menu, back to inventory menu like such. So you can actually add and then search for and pull those back up for future edits. Now, like I said, is you can actually arbitrarily just add in expenses, right? When you add an item, you actually create an expense by loading in that item's cost, which happens just naturally. But then you can actually transact items, and then when you have you do the transactions, you would most likely sell an item and give it a shipping method. So a shipping method is also an expense that's generated. So you can see here that in my expenses JSON, I'll have a, inventory. So these are just inventory, so it doesn't look like we had any sales. So here I'll do this, transactions, item search menu. Let's search for item number, let's transact item number 1. Oop. And then, so this is item number 1. I need to do a little bit more of a prettier formatting for this display. Right now I'm just doing a dictionary print raw directly. So if we convert this to sold, let's use today's date and the sold price of, let's say, 50 bucks, right? And then we'll give it a standard shipping and a shipping price of 5. Now this 5 is an expense, right? So if as soon as I enter this, you can see that we generated those, we updated the item for those specific sale attributes, and we also generated a new expense for the shipping category of $5. So it's all really cool. It all works really cool together. It's taken, a few weeks here, months to actually get this up to this point, but it's the most elaborate project I've done so far. My first project was just simple inventory management, no file saving. My second project was the task tracker manager, where I can, load tasks in on a previous file, create new tasks, evaluate tasks. Those tasks expire based on, date, future dates, program loads on the future date. And so we're able to, and then this is stepping it up even further by cross-referencing across multiple files. And so the whole point of, having the inventory and the expenses is now we can take that information together and create a business class. Now the business class is just a home or a central hub location for, where is this? .py. Oh, here. Yeah, so with a business class, right, all the business class does is it just basically houses all of the statistical information for this user. They're cross-referencing their items and their expenses to generate, annual gross expenses. So we have, auto-updating, auto-generating for this class, cross-referencing those other 2 data points, all of the 2024 annual gross expenses. So far we have, $10 worth of expenses, or 1,000 cents for 2024, and $25 or 2,500 cents for 2025. Now, if we sold an item, right, that will update to our annual gross revenue. So we did do a sale. So if I go back to main menu and then I exit, yes, that updated right there with all of that recent sale we made for $50, as you can see, with $50 or 5,000 cents. So it is appropriately generating, live, updating annual gross revenue, meaning yearly total revenue, and then we can create a new income information category called annual net revenue, or annual net income, which will take these values, subtract out the correlating yearly gross expense to provide you the net income. So tomorrow we will work on that by adding in some additional business statistics like net income. We'll maybe specialize another expenses for just generating and housing information for categories expenses, like providing not the total gross expenses, but just the expense amounts yearly for shipping or for the items or for the inventory, right? So we can, further categorize these expenses based on their categories as well, and pretty much provide a really tailored, custom experience, housing all of this information for a small business owner. So if this is something that you guys are interested in, I'm almost to a point where we can push this to GitHub and have a working version 1.0 for you guys to also use, interact with, maybe even do pull requests to update and fix some bugs or add additional features that you guys might want to see in there. I just first wanted to get it to a working version 1.0 that didn't have so much bugs in it that it could at least function somewhat according to what it's supposed to do. And so you guys aren't just breaking it on every iteration, right? So it at least will have some sort of functionality, and then if there's bugs that arise, you guys can obviously help out, and we can work on it together live on the stream and take pull requests live, which is really cool. So if that's something that you guys are wanting me to do, please let me know. We're going, if you want me to push this up to GitHub so you guys can also pull it and then go through it, add additional features, and submit that to merge the branches together and whatnot. That'll just also help me get experience with GitHub and more practice. So make sure you're subscribed and follow along if you're interested in being here for that. Asset says, is this the free Harvard stuff? We watched the first lecture at the beginning of the stream. I know my title of my stream still says the CS50X, but we watched the first half of the week 7 at the beginning of the lecture, and then we moved on to the NeetCode problem, and then just doing a demo here of the project. Let me see here. Got lots of chats. Hope your luck changes soon. Should have changed it. Peace. Bowing out for now. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow. Later, Ryan. See you tomorrow, man. It likely has race conditions, but probably out of scope. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Alex. Hey, Caesar Cabral. How's it going? Welcome in. Thanks so much for leaving a comment. But that is going to do it for me today, guys. We are going to implement, we're going to work on this some more tomorrow. I promise you, we're going to implement additional statistics for this business class. We're going to add in, the actual net gross revenue, or the annual net revenue or net income rather, for the income information. We'll also add in the expense information categories for the actual inventory and shipping, break that down into its own statistic, and we'll keep adding on from there. So thank you guys so much for joining me here. We had over 1,000 views on this stream. We streamed for 4 hours and 45 minutes. So a really, really long stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like and a comment, or a subscribe if you guys enjoyed, and want to reconnect tomorrow. I stream every single day at 7 p.m. PST after my job. For those that don't know, I am a chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, and I work for a biotech company since I graduated college back in 2021. And it's been really cool from there, making biological controls, but I've been teaching myself how to program and code for over 6 months now, and we've come a long, long way, but we have a long, long ways to go. There's always something to learn. There's no light at the end of this tunnel, and I'm really, really enjoying it, though. So please join my Discord link down below if you want access to a roadmap of all of my resources, from the projects you see to my notes to my books. I provide PDF copies of the books I'm reading live on stream, to weekly breakdowns of my courses I'm taking, yada, 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 and a lot of other community resources as well that you guys have provided. Alex N says, like if you run into multiple concurrent transaction actions on the same resource. If you run multiple concurrent transaction actions on the same resource. Yeah, so if you try to run a multiple transaction on the same resource, it'll check the condition, right? The Boolean condition to say if date sold, then go ahead and say, okay, this has if date sold, it means it's already been sold, so we can go ahead and just move on. If not date sold, right, else, we'll go ahead and say we can update this and say, okay, this item is available to be sold. Let's go ahead and transact it. So we do have those Booleans in there, yes, Alex, to limit the user from actually transacting an already for sale or an already sold item if trying to do as a for sale or sold item. Perfect. Anyways, guys, thanks so much for joining me here. I'm going to call it for this evening. This was super fun. It was super awesome to be back in the stream. We're starting the streak over from day 0, starting today. I went on a little vacation for the past 4 days, so I wasn't able to continue the streak, but I am super excited to be back. And thank you guys so much for joining me. Like I said, over 1,000 views today. And so you guys were super, super excited to join me today, and it's super awesome that you guys were looking forward to reconnecting back on the stream and studying like once again. But you can still pass the check and be in trouble later. You need to lock the resource. Yeah, like if I show you here, if we go run, yes, if I go right, transactions, item search, and I pull up number 1, and I try to transact this one as sold, right, I already get this. I get this error, item number 1 is already sold per this date. So it just basically does a Boolean check on if it has a date sold. If that value is not none, if it has something there, then go ahead and do it. Now I get what you're saying. Now what if they come in and override this or something? Now my intention is that they're not going to override this or do anything funky with the file itself. There shouldn't be anything going on because they actually are able to edit within the program itself through that search mechanism. So there shouldn't be any accessing the file other than to maybe reference the number or something associated with it, because like, oh, what if I can't remember the number, I need to jot it down on the tag or something, right? That's the only reason that they might pull up this file. But like with the expense file, they don't arbitrarily or know that the number, the only thing that they're given when inputting an expense or needed is the amount and the date that the expense was created on, right? I automatically assign it a number just for my ordering purposes, so the user will never know the number of the expense unless they physically go into the file and look. Now I do offer the option to search for an expense via number, right? If I go expenses, find, edit expense, I do offer the option for number as number 3, but the user would have to open the file to access that information that happens under the hood. They would only, typically the user would only have reference to an expense via the amount or the date that they made the expense. Maybe also the category, maybe also the description, but I decided to just say amount, date, or number, right? And so if you have expenses with the same date, now let's say, right, if I say date, yes, and I say use today's date of 12/20, yes, it will pull you back all the expenses with that date. So I do account for duplicate dates and amounts, same with items. So now I can specify, I need to fix this formatting on this decimals, but it does specify, it does show you that on this date you have this expense for this amount, which cross correlates to this expense number. Yeah, so they won't know this expense number, but they will be able to reference or dereference really the amount per this date to specify which expense, number 1, to pull up and actually do the edits on. So we do have that going on, which is cool, if that's what you were referring to. But let me know if that's you were talking about something else, Alex. I really appreciate all the feedback and information. It really helps to create this project more elaborate and more and just I guess a stronger project in general. If you push it to GitHub, I can try to give you an example when it will break. What do you mean when it will break? Can you try to explain like how you think it'll break right now? But if you pass the check, you'll be in trouble. You need to lock the resource. If you pass, of when it will break. Right? Because I mean, if the user never edits the file directly, like I think it'll be fine because they're not actually, right, they're not overwriting values back to none, right? They're not delisting the item. So if any value is filled in for this parameter or this attribute, date sold, if this is not null, then you have a date sold. You'd have to lock the resource for modifications for the entire duration of transaction. Lock the resource for modifications for the entire duration of the transaction. I think you might, I don't know, I think you might be thinking about it a little bit too hard. No, maybe I'm not thinking about it hard enough. But all in all, if you don't have, if the item does not have a date sold, it's not sold. If it doesn't have a date listed, it's not listed. And so if you override that value, then you are sold technically, right? You have a date that you sold. Now, why would that ever break? What would ever be saved there? Well, nothing, because my script, tailors the user to specific points. Now, technically, when it is sold, it's like locked at that point. When it has a value filled in, it does lock. Now, I have an active status here for what if the item just never sales and we don't want to include it in sort of, or it breaks or something? You can set the active status to false to basically eliminate it from the statistical averaging via like available items and whatnot, but it won't remove it from the actual system because we don't want to have a gap in our item number sequence. That's what this active status is for. Anyways, you guys, I really appreciate you joining me here. I'm going to call it, we're almost to the 5-hour mark. We're at 4 hours and 52 minutes. Honestly, we probably should just wait the 8 minutes here just to just to finish it out. But I had a lot of fun coding with you guys today and streaming. It was super, super fun. We got a lot done. It was a great refresher and ease back into the stream after our short vacation. But we are going to continue every day from here on out. Yeah, Alex, we're going to push it to GitHub here shortly. Like I said, I was going to get to a solid working version 1.0 here probably within this next week or so. And then we'll go ahead and push it and start allowing other people to help include and interact with it in a more of an open source format. So if you guys are wanting to get practice with doing pull requests, maybe debugging, finding bugs within this program, testing it yourself and, suggesting improvements, and working together as a team, and maybe you can utilize it on like some sort of like resume or something, like collaborated on an open source project for this community or something. I'm not sure. You could utilize some sort of experience for it and some sort of creative way if you could. I plan on actually, because I actually wrote this program from scratch, pretty elaborate. In terms of for a business perspective, I am going to put on my I think on my resume, I'll include this project and say, I was, a freelance, software engineer. I was freelance, whatever, hired or whatnot by, I guess, this small business to create this program because that's what I'm doing it for. It is my own business, but I guess I hired myself to create it. And so I could kind of creatively say like, oh, I was, that's, so you can strategically kind of say things like that, but it's kind of funny. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me here. I appreciate you guys. I keep saying that over and again. I've signed off like 10 times, but for real, I'm heading out this time. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 7 p.m. PST, where we'll go over, continuing this project, pushing it to GitHub, continuing on with our Harvard CS50X, and also continuing on with data structures and algorithms in Python. Alex says, there's a famous book, Designing Data-Intensive Applications, that explains all kinds of problems that can arise in these types of applications. Awesome. Yeah, well, that would be cool. I'll have to check that out. Designing Data-Intensive Applications. Okay, sweet. All right, thank you, Alex, for your input. Thank you, everybody. See you guys later. See you guys tomorrow. Join the Discord so we can talk off stream. Peace out, guys.